Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we are holding session number 427, and today's session is sponsored by our uh, generous patrons and donors. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for your generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you, as well as some key tokens and effects purchased on the Roll20 marketplace. And players, at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 427 points to your player character for showing up on time. And we will slide right back into where we left off last week. The Order of the Superior Star has begun to infiltrate the Yonti Temple south of Hang Mai in the swamp. And last week, rescued a Kidate ninja from being sacrificed to demons by 4 Yonti abominations. They had him bound and gagged. And during the fight, he was released by the party and used his ninja skills to try to hide behind a pillar, but his initiative, after standing up and moving out a safe distance, his initiative didn't come up yet, so he hadn't been able to hide. Also, this enormous yellow aura is Jim's, what's it called? It's a spell.
Locate objects.
Locate objects, and he, from time to time, concentrates on finding the copy of the Demonomicon that is present in the dungeon. And pretty much when coming into the door, he kind of detected it. And the party is moving towards that direction now, according to their knowledge of the layout of the place. And I just want to make sure that everyone is on the turn order tracker, and it looks like Dante so here is the party. I'll shift ping the location of kind of in the middle of where everybody is. So Dante, you're over here, and if you could, with your player character, roll base size initiative. You're a medium creature.
Yeah, sure.
If you could do that for me, and it'll add you to the turn order tracker. And I will reorder the turn order tracker so that everyone has cyclic turns. And when we do dungeon exploration, it's round to round. So, out of combat, everyone's movement is doubled. Alright, so we've got Jim's locate object, has 471 rounds left. Time now is 7:26 a.m. on September the 21st, 11 AE5, and I think the end of summer is coming soon. Let me check the calendar here. Notes, calendar, and
Yeah, isn't this like the last day of summer or something like that?
yeah, I think so. Let's see, September 21st is the equinox. Yeah, today is actually the first day of fall. So summer has gone bye-bye. Alright. Shandrak cast an enlarge spell on Gargamond. It has 23 rounds left. He also cast an enlarge spell on Ashriel with his staff. It has 21 rounds left. And also a protection from evil on Shandrak himself. Has 13 rounds left. And protection from evil on Tenzi, 12 rounds left. Red dot is improved invisibility. I think that might be Anatar?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then Ryer rallied everyone with a +1 to hit. It has 3 rounds left for the benefit of that. And then also he is performing legend lore on a ring of not a ring, a necklace of prayer beads that was found in a treasure hoard last week. And first up is the Kidate Chunin. And I don't remember if I gave him a name. Let's see. I need to
Aukuka Kinpana?
yeah, Aokuka Kinpana. Yep. There it is. Alright. So, Aokuka, I think he failed. No. He did something and then moved behind the pillar to take cover. And he was going to hide. That's right. So he comes out from behind cover. And he's kind of like got eyes the size of dinner plates looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And he says, uh-oh. He says,
Thank you for rescuing me. I was a dead man for sure.
and the nearby characters are Zalmond, Jim, Gargamond, Karanglor, and Ashriel, and Brindred. Oh, and Baron.
And Asher. He's just invisible.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Gargamon pipes up and says, "Oh, no problem. We couldn't just leave you hanging there once we saw your predicament you're in."
Moo. And he gives like a half bow to Gargamond, and kind of runs over down these steps. And then tumbles right off this 10-foot drop, lands on his feet, jumps in the water and swims across. Gets out of the water and kind of takes cover against this wall over here. And disappears. Alright, Shandrak and Company.
Okay. Yeah, Ryer's still thinking and playing a couple little strums here and there of his guitar as he thinks. And I guess so. Shandrak will try to will the elemental he still has control of over near the bridge. Now, can he? Is there any way for him to swim underneath the bridge? To get to the other side?
The elemental?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He can get to the other side.
Alright. And let's see. 6, 7, 8. And he'll come over just by where Brian Druid and that ninja headed towards.
Brian Druid is currently in the water, so careful of that.
Yeah. And Airdrin will move silently a little bit, and that'll be all.
Alright. Asher and Company.
Does it look like the only way into the room to our east is like by swimming in water?
Yes, unless you can jump across or fly.
Oh, okay. Alright, so Asher's gonna go. Oh, no, let me put her back. Nine will get her there, and she will try to tumble down to the next level.
Alright.
Oh yeah, I rolled a check, sorry.
Very nice.
10 gets her there. And does she need to tumble down or just dive? And she doesn't...
You just jump in the
Oh,
water.
sorry. Now she doesn't like swim, so does that doesn't mean that she can't swim at all or she can't do anything fancy?
This means you can't swim underwater or do anything fancy. Everyone can dog paddle the same speed at which they walk.
Alright, cool.
So it's just like you get in the water, you swim across. Like everyone knows how to swim, but they're not like Olympic swimmers like a proficient swimmer is.
Gotcha.
Same thing with
The
jumping, same thing with climbing. Everyone can jump
Not
and climb. Go ahead.
I'm not able to go through these little openings here. Is that meant to be?
1 second. That is meant to be because that's the edge of the water.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was an opening.
That is an opening, but it's the edge of the water, so It's like
Oh, okay.
changing elevation or whatever. So now you're on dry land.
Okay. She kind of like pulls herself up. Would she have lost stealth while swimming, or is this still fine?
Let me check. So let's move silently check. And
Under normal circumstances, it'd be fine.
yeah,
It's just about the check. Okay.
so it doesn't look like anyone's looking at you.
All right. So at 16, she'll stop there and kind of glance around the room she finds herself in.
All right. So it's a stone room. You know, so many squares wide, so many, 15 feet high, so many squares deep. And there's a door on the far side. And then on the left and right walls, there are like altars, I guess. Probably like 4 feet high, and each altar has a scroll on it, and then behind the scroll on a pedestal, like a short pedestal, maybe 2 feet tall, there are precious stones. These precious stones are kind of metallic looking. They have this like weird shine to them. It's very similar to metal. They are semi-reflective, but it's just some kind of stone. Like a gem.
Yeah. Okay. So looking around and not seeing any obvious enemies, she will turn back around and she will break stealth as she calls out. But she'll say, if you swim this way, and you hear the voice coming from this direction, I don't see any enemies on this landing. And her people will go that direction. So Brian Druid will go there.
Then a demon comes out and kills you. No, I'm just kidding.
It'd be that way
Let's
sometimes.
fall, everybody.
And everybody wakes up dead.
Well, Asher knows that there are ninja about, so like the best she can say is like, I don't see anybody.
Oh, hey, Winnie. My friend Winnie's in chat.
Hi.
Hello.
AKA Smurf. From back in the DC Universe days. When we were heroes. Right, Winnie? Alright, so what else is Asher's company doing?
They're all just making their way, like, getting into the water and dog paddling and heading to the landing where Asher has directed them.
Alright, and it looks like Varen's able to move into the room, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll put him in there. And his light is kind of revealing everything I was talking about, where there's, a scroll on a altar, and then behind it there's a dais with a precious stone. And you can see the door on the other side. Oh, well, his light can't quite see the door, but oh well.
And then, let's see. Yeah, the Jim and Ethiel will kind of jump in. Aaron Glor appears to be stuck on this.
Oh, on the edge here.
And the pillory or something, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Aaron Glor, Jim, and Anatar will all jump into the water and dog paddle that way.
So just movement.
Yeah, they're all just moving into the room.
Put Brian Jared in there.
Yeah.
And then Karen Glor swims across.
Yes, please.
And Jim as well.
Yep.
Alright.
And to Phil. Beautiful. Thank you.
Alright. Dante and company.
Yeah, Dante and his teenage chunk companions are going to move out. I guess they can hear and they know roughly which direction everybody else went.
Yeah.
They don't want to get to the front. They don't want to be left too far behind.
Right. You can kind of see the trail of destruction leading into this circular room to the north.
Yeah, they're going to always up there on the carpet.
So these are dead water elementals, so they look like a big puddle on the floor. There's a couple torches that are still alight that have been dropped by enemies. These dead ninja here. And you can see some of Tenzi's group down here and some of Shandrak's group.
Are they going south? I thought they were going
Nope. Nope. You can see the trail of destruction moving, going north. And there's a big Tyrannosaurus Rex butt in front of you.
Yeah, familiar looking T-Rex butt, yeah. Yeah, we'll move up. We'll keep a little way away from the T-Rex, but close enough to feel a bit safe.
Alright.
And I think that'll probably do. That'll probably do for Dante and the guys.
Alright. And then this part of the room leads up to a central, like a bowl almost. It's like a half orb depression in the floor. And it looks like it's used as, like, for sacrifice. Because there is a groove cut out of the floor right here that leads from the bowl back behind this round dais. And it's safe to assume that eventually blood would fall into the water behind it. And around it there are 4 dead abominations, and this is where they were about to sacrifice that Kitate ninja that was rescued last week. Alright, anything else for Dante?
That will do for him in a minute.
Alright. Sacco Tuesday says hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Alright, Tenzi and company.
Tenzi will starting a little impatient down in the south with Ryer, but he will wait and guard it, make sure nothing happens to him. Zalman will ask Gargamon, "Hey, you think you can have that T-Rex make a little bridge? I don't want to jump in the water with my arm around."
Oh yeah, I think Young could do that. Come on, Young, let's go.
Thanks. So, he and Musashi will save their movement till after that happens.
Okay.
They're at the end of the round. Yeah.
Okay.
And oh sorry, Ryer also will say though, seeing other people move out, it's like, oh, I'll start walking if you'd like to catch up with people. I'll catch up.
Okay. And then Ashra will just fly across here. Across. Yeah, so I'm going to have Ashra end up in a room. If you could get him across the elevation changes, please.
Yep.
Thank you. That'll be it for us.
Okay. On Shandrak, did I give you a turn this round?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
just
Okay.
yeah, I just forgot to move with Gargamon, but that was the only thing.
Okay. Alright, so anything else for Tenzi and company?
Nope, I've got us placed and we're ready to go.
Alright. So spells in time. And at the end of this round, Ryer will finish his legend lore on the beads. Somebody somewhere is moving silently.
Seems fine.
Shandrak and company.
So Ryer will film pretty close, but seeing people move out, he'll continue thinking about the beads, and he'll take a half move to the north.
Right.
And Shandrak, can I just dismiss the water elemental?
Oh yeah, yep. You can, as a free action, like without, you know, messing up your round. As a free action, you can always dispel your own spells unless the spell description says otherwise. So
Okay, yeah. So yes, Sandrak will send it back where it came from.
All right.
And Shandrak will catch up with Ryer. Well, he'll go a little bit further.
And just so you know, water elementals can leave the water. It only slightly weakens them, and they can go a certain distance from it.
Right, that's true. But it's fine. He was on his last legs.
Yeah. And they're really slow out of water, too. They move at like 6. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So, Gargamon is going to try to wrangle Yong. Let's see if he can get him to position himself between the platform. Alright, I think he could do it, but I'm stuck there.
Yeah. Gargamon is going to need to actually take control of him and pass a writing check to get Yong to, you know, cooperate in the way that he intends.
Sounds good. There we go.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, like Yong perfectly makes like a flesh bridge with his body and allows people to like walk up his tail and along his back and hop off his neck onto the ground safely and dryly on the other side.
How awesome.
Go ahead.
That is so awesome.
Yeah. A good idea. Gargamon will turn to Zalman the Musashi. It's like, it's good for you guys.
Thanks, buddy.
And that'll be all.
It reminds me of the fairy tale of the gingerbread man going across the river on the fox's back. I don't know if you recall that from your childhood.
Asher and company.
And actually, sorry, Erdrin will he'll start to make his way further up too.
Ah.
So once Tenzi mentioned going in armor with going in water with armor, I realized that that would have been a problem for Jim. So I don't know if we want to retroactively say that he also did this, or if something bad should have happened to him. But I will be honest and tell you that.
Oh, well, he was on the back of the lizard.
That is true.
The lizard is pretty big. Like, he probably wouldn't even, you know, maybe his sabatons would get wet, but
Okay.
Not like it's salt water or anything, you know.
Okay, cool.
It just.
All right, so our hill will catch up. He'll take off from the ground, fly. 8 and take a 45-degree turn. Actually, let's send him. Make him take a 45-degree turn here so he doesn't smack into a pillar. Fine. 13 and then a 45-degree turn. 14 plus the 8 vertical movement he would have needed to take. Yeah, he'll be able to land there if you don't care to move him.
Okay. There you go. And then,
He'll just land there.
did this
I'll
character
take
walk across him as well?
Yeah, he got stuck on him, but he was gonna walk across.
Okay.
That's their dream.
And Asher is going to approach one of these days.
Thank
Daisies? It's the plural of days.
you. Daisies.
Daisies.
And she's not gonna touch the stones. She's just gonna kind of like get a better look and see if any of them like look familiar. I don't know if she can appraise from a distance. Like she's a little suspicious.
I think as long as you're within the next square, that's fine.
Cool. Alright, so she'll come up to the dais and try to raise these rocks and see if she can get a sense of what they are.
Yeah. They are definitely meteorites from the planet Beta Z.
Dope.
Oh guys.
They're worth
This is a good
50
find.
bajillion diamonds each.
Oh my god. I guess she'll pass that knowledge along.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Huh.
It's amazing, like a 5% chance or something I fail this check. It's amazing how often I do.
Anything else from Asher and Company?
I'm good.
All right, Dante and Company.
Yeah, Dante's moving forward. He's planning his retirement on the back of the news of how the value of these items are.
Did you want to get across the water?
I could just fly, can't I? On my
Yeah.
carpet.
I have to move you across the dynamic lighting
right.
lines, though.
Oh, right, sure. He does not get his feet wet.
Yeah.
They make it clean.
All right, so we'll get you across the water here.
Yeah, he'll follow. Yeah, he's going to avoid the T-Rex as much as possible, especially the end with all the sharp, pointy bits in.
Yeah.
He really does not like the T-Rex at all. So can you go like over here out of the way? Yeah. Yeah, just around the corner in here.
All right, and
Yeah, that's cool.
there you go. So
He feels safe.
say again.
He feels safe with it.
Yeah. So you can see that this room is rectangular shape. There is a, as you came in, you can see a door on the far side. And then against the two walls to the north and south, there are an altar. There's an altar at each wall. And on the altar, each one has a scroll in a scroll case. And behind each scroll is a short dace that has a valuable stone. So 2 scrolls, 2 altars with 2 scrolls, 2 daisies, and 2 stones. And as you fly in, you can hear Asher talking about how these, stones are some kind of valuable asteroid from the planet Beta Z, and they're worth 50 bajillion diamonds each.
Yeah, he likes the sound of that, Dante. Can he try and see exactly how many diamonds they're worth? Can he praise as well?
Yes, you may.
Yeah.
All right. So these definitely are not asteroids from the planet Beta Z worth 50 bajillion diamonds each, but are in fact so they're a stone called hematite. Okay, so it's like it's a color similar to like graphite in a pencil, and it is semi-reflective, kind of like with like sort of a mirror shine, and they're worth 10 GP each, so it's like a semi-precious stone.
Dante, with a lot of charm, is going to just try and correct Asher without making her look like she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Uh-huh. I guess
Yeah.
it's like your opinion, man.
Well, if you want to buy one off me, that's up to you.
No, that's too rich for my blood.
I'll take everything by the shirt off your back. He just shrugs. That's fine. That'll do for Dante.
Okay. Tenzi and Company.
Musashi and Salman will take advantage of the dinosaur bridge to get into the other room.
All right.
I don't think Ten-
That is such a D&D solution to a problem.
No, we'll use the T-Rex as a bridge.
Yeah,
And
continue that.
And we'll use the pterodactyl as a chandelier.
It looks like Tenzi will just make it too, so I'm going to move everybody up to the tail if you could then. I think that's everybody. Thank you.
Yep. All right. so end of round. Yeah, time and spells. Alright, so yeah, Ryer finishes his legend lore on those beads. And he finds some general lore about it. Let's see. That the owner of the beads, the previous owner, was lawful good. Yeah.
Okay, that's the only thing he's able to really think about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then Shandrak and Ryer will make their way across the T-Rex. And when Ryer comes across, he'll come over to Tenzi and be like, "Well, it's it's definitely beautiful Adrian design. Whoever had it last was lawful good, and the gems are beautiful. But do you want to look at it? I don't really have very much else on it."
Yeah, when it's his turn, Tenzi will take it and try to examine it, see if he can determine anything.
What skill or spell is Tenzi using?
First, he's just going to look at it, and if he can't figure anything out, then he's just going to put it on.
Okay.
I'm sure that'll trump him or something.
It's necklace of. Where to go? Okay. 30 beads. Three of which are, 27 of which are a light green, and 3 of which are a dark green with black mottling and golden flecks. Flecks. So I guess that means like little streaks and stars. I guess that's what a fleck would be. This necklace is definitely made of like precious stones. Of some kind. But its religious nature means that it could possibly be magical. Like, I'm sure Tenzi has heard of magical necklaces of prayer beads before.
Okay.
That are usable only by priests. But I don't think he's ever seen one.
I'm sure not.
And that's pretty much all that he can determine about the necklace of prayer beads.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. And then, yeah, spells in time, and someone somewhere is moving silently. Oh, Zaalmond needs to roll a dexterity check. All right, and okay, so Zalman just sort of, when he's walking to that spot, gets to, gets to this point and feels someone in front of him. And it turns out it's a Kidate Ninja, the one you met earlier, Aokuka Kinpana.
Hey, buddy, you still looking for your stuff?
And he goes, oh, it must be in this chest. And, he points to this chest in the corner no one really noticed. And, after a moment, he kind of walks over, opens up the chest, takes a look inside, turns around, and gives everybody the thumbs up. And it's like, not just the thumbs up where he holds his thumb out, but he holds his thumb out to everybody in the room, like from one side and then to the other, and kind of looks at everybody and nods, and then turns around and he starts putting on all of his ninja gear. Like, he pulls out a ninja toe and like some small stars and like a hankyu, and which is kind of like a daikyu but smaller, and some other stuff, and pretty much empties the chest and gets all his gear on, ties some weird kind of weapon around his waist, and got some like climbing claws now, and that's pretty much his turn. All right, Chandrak and company.
Okay, so... Alright, so, Ryer will, no, he gave the beads to Tenzi last turn, so he will... So this scroll, like, is it splayed out like it looks? Or he said it was in a case?
It's in a scroll case, yeah. Both of them are. There are two of them. One north, one south.
Chandrak is going to come by the north one. And then Shadrach is going to ask, "Oh, hey Dante, do you think you can I know the room's cramped, but can you fly a little bit? Can you fly away from this scroll? I want to see if there's any magic coming from this."
Yeah, Dante will steer all clear of it.
All right. So Shadrach will be waiting. Dante's turn to move.
I think
Detect
he's
magic.
I think he's flying overhead anyways.
Okay. He's overhead enough. Okay.
Yeah.
I can go up. But
Okay. So Shadrach will just detect magic then.
All right.
With his staff.
And go ahead and roll the template, and I'll add it to the turn order tracker. And it says, with your staff, it's at level 9, I think. Right? 9?
Yeah, that's what we said before.
So Shandrak, staff, detect magic on self. +1. And it's 18 rounds. And you concentrate momentarily in the direction of the scroll. And you detect some moderate magic coming from it. Which means it's not the type of scroll that, well, yeah, never mind. Forget I said that. But yeah, it's some moderate, some kind of moderate magic. I would say it's the school is probably abjuration. Yeah, abjuration.
Alright. Yeah, Shandrak will smile back and say, "Yeah, definitely something magical." And Ryer will attempt to detect noise at this door to the east.
Ah. All right. He hears a couple of things.
Okay.
Muffled screams. And
Okay.
the hissing of snakes.
Hmm.
Kind of disturbing.
Yeah. Yeah. So Ryer will turn back and say, "Yeah, I think there's more people that might be getting the same treatment you got to the ninja."
And Kinpana looks at him and nods and says,
That is probably my team. We were captured.
How many did you come in with?
There were 4 of us. Myself and 3 Guinean.
What were you trying to do coming down here? Were you going to destroy the Demonomicon?
No, we were just passing through the swamp.
You were just passing through.
Yes, we did not know of this temple.
Wow, you decided to rest at a pretty dangerous place.
Yes, well, it is most difficult to get through a swamp. And we were traveling from east to west. So it is very long journey through the swamp.
Okay, I think I'm good.
All right. Asher and Company.
Yeah, so Asher says, well, if there's people being hurt over there, we probably should hurry up. And she kind of looks longingly at these super expensive precious stones. But she's going to come, let's see, to kind of go around the dais here, and she's going to try to hide in shadows. And just wait for people to open the door and proceed in.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, and Bumbosa's gonna come over the other side and hide in shadows there. What the fuck did I do with Bumbosa? I'll lose
He
that
is
kid.
he's like not even across the water yet.
Jesus. Alright. Alright, so Bombosa will up stealth. Join the group. Uh, 13, so he'll be able to across the T-Rex bridge. And 20. Thank you. Three, 24. Stop there.
All right, and let's take our first break. 3 minutes, and we'll be right back. Here we go. And 3 minutes later, we are back. 3 minutes later. Okay, so is Asher there?
I'm here.
And is Dante there?
Yep.
Is Tenzi there? And is Shandrak there?
Yes.
Okay, so we will have Tenzi's turn when it comes up. Asher, did you finish your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so Dante and company.
Yeah, seeing from above what Chandrak's done with his scroll, Dante's gonna shoot off south to do the same thing with the scroll.
Okay.
Ooh.
And are you going to cast Detect Magic like he did?
If I've got enough range, I will. Yeah.
I'm sorry, if what?
If I've got enough range of movement to spell to do that, yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're not supposed to be able to move and cast spells in the same round unless it's innate spells. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So I guess next round.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
I thought because it was on his carpet he could do that. Is that
Oh,
not
that's
true?
right. Are you tied? You're strapped into your carpet with like
Yeah.
rope. You're tied
I am
onto it.
indeed. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can.
Or his little nature spirits could be holding him still too.
Oh yeah, they could be. Yeah.
Just,
Okay, so go ahead and roll the spell template, and I'll add Detect Magic to the turn order tracker. Your character, and we can get a description of what you detect. A second.
although, actually, no, I haven't got Detect Magic.
Oh, you haven't got it memorized. Okay.
I don't think I've got the spell.
You're part cleric and part mage, correct?
Yeah.
So you definitely have Detect Magic, because you can't be a mage without having Detect Magic and Read Magic.
Oh.
And then clerics can cast Detect Magic as well, but you have to have it
Oh,
memorized.
Yeah.
It's a spell that all priests can learn.
Right.
Okay, so no Detect Magic, at least memorized. So
Yeah.
Anything else for Dante and company?
No, that'll do. We'll have a look in the chest to see if anything's been missed, perhaps, as he's down there.
Looks pretty cleaned out. The Kirite Ninja got all of his gear out of there. That's all that was in there. I know it's kind of misleading because the graphic has gold inside of it or whatever, but
Yeah.
yeah, it looks like it just had excuse me, the ninja's ninja toe, a hankyu, and a quiver of whatever arrows the hankyu shoots. I'd have to take a look. And then some cat claws. I think I don't remember what they're called in Japanese, but they fit over the hands and allow the ninja to climb easier, and they can also be used as a weapon in melee combat. And then he has like a bunch of small star shurikens that he got out of there, and this weird weapon that he has tied around his waist like a belt that has like on one end there's a sickle blade, and I can't remember if it's a chain or a rope, but it has a weight on the other end.
Oh, I'm a bit. I've seen it.
Yeah, it is called. Well, we won't get into it what it's called, but I'd have to look it up in the book. And then he actually attaches this weird thing to his face. So, and it kind of makes him look kind of like that. Okay.
Yeah, don't speak as loudly.
Yeah. So
And says, "Good look."
yeah, this thing, it looks kind of like that face mask. But it looks like it's meant to. Let's see, what is it called? It's not.
The sickle in the bowl.
No, the thing that he attaches to his face.
Oh,
Kusarigama? Yeah, Kusarigama, chain sickle. That's what it's called. And then the thing that he puts onto his. Okay, so the climbing claws are called Nikode. And then the thing that he puts on his face. I think it's called a Fukimi Bari. I think. Wait. Oh, man. Wait. Maybe it's called a Mitsubishi. Not a Mitsubishi, but yes. Okay, yeah, it's a Metsubishi. Or also known as a Gansubishi. It's a Japanese weapon designed to blind an enemy, used by ninja and law officers who might want to take a prisoner alive. The Mitsubishi was a small square box which was hollowed and could be opened and filled with various powders from pepper to ground glass, depending on what effect was desired. The box was then fitted with a mouthpiece and a short tube to allow the powders to be blown in the face of the victim. It's called a Mitsubishi. Alright. And he's just straight up just holding it in his mouth. So it kind of looks like a weird inhaler looking thing that kind of fits over his mouth. Or like one of those rebreathers from Star Wars. And he's just holding it in his mouth, breathing through his nose. Anything else for Dante and Company?
No, that's cool. Thank you.
All right, Tenzi and Company.
Astral will innately cast clairvoyance beyond the door.
Nice. Okay. 1 second. Go ahead and roll the spell template. And I'm pretty sure I have a thing for that. Spell AoEs. Level 3 wizard. Wizard 3. Spellcaster must describe where the sensor this spell creates is to appear. Once created, the sensor cannot be moved. Okay, so just beyond the
Mhm.
door.
Yeah, 5 feet beyond the door.
Okay. And I swear I made a token for clairvoyance. Maybe there's no priest version of that spell, is there?
I don't think so.
Okay. And it's supposed to give you... Spellcaster
It's
must
the
describe...
prevailing.
Spell clairvoyance spell powers the wizard to see in his mind whatever is within sight range from the spell locale chosen. Distance from the wizard is not a factor, but the locale must be known in manner obvious. Furthermore, light is a factor. The spell does not enable the use of infravision or magical enhancements. If the area is magically dark, only darkness is seen. If naturally pitch dark, only 10-foot radius in the center of the spell's area of effect can be seen. Okay. So... You said 5 feet beyond the door?
Yeah.
Details. We'll give it a 0-foot red circle. And we will lock it. Actually, if I put it on the... I can just lock it in place. Advanced lock position, and then controlled by Kenzie. Save changes. Okay, are you able to see through its eyes?
Yeah. So the area is naturally dark beyond the door.
Yes. And I
Gotcha.
gave it 10 feet of...
Yep.
Basically 10 feet of infravision. If naturally pitch dark,
Yeah, I got
only a 10-foot radius from the center of the spell's area of effect can be seen.
it. So he'll, when he's done, he'll say, "There's nothing right behind the door, but it is dark."
That was... Ashville. Are you going to end the spell?
I'm going to keep it open. I'm going to keep it up until we pass that area or enter the corridor, just so I can
Okay.
see if something comes up.
Yeah.
Something, afterwards.
Okay. And I'll put it on the map layer real quick and see if you can still see.
Nope. One way.
Okay. Alright, we'll keep it on the token layer then.
Okay, now just move Musashi and Tenzi a little bit, and that'll be the end of our turn.
Alright. End of round. Spells in time. Ryer's Rally will end at the end of this round. And the Kitate Chunin, Alkuka Kinpana, walks up to the side of the door and Actually, he's gonna take cover. He's gonna take concealment in this chest. Yeah. And he disappears. All right, Chandrak and Company.
Okay. So Shandrak says, all right. So yeah, we're pressed for time. So Ryer, you pick up the northern scroll. Erdrin, you pick up the southern scroll. We'll be able to figure out what they are later. And they both go and do that, and put the scrolls in their backpack so we can examine them later.
All right. Anything else for Chandrak and Company? Okay. Asher.
Hold on. Yeah. So, yeah, those two will just pick up the scrolls for now. And Chandrak will go and hide in shadows next to the door.
Sorry, which two picked up the scrolls?
Ryer picks up the north one, and Erdrin picks up the southern one.
And Asher and Company.
Oops.
Bosa is going to come over and attempt to hide in shadows.
What happened to Young?
I meant to. There was a necklace that was stuck. I tried to delete it, but I accidentally deleted Yang.
And Asher is actually, yeah, they're just gonna wait until like somebody opens the door and proceeds. Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Dante and Company.
Yeah, is the chest still open? Is the lid off in the corner?
Yeah, it's open, and you saw a ninja climb into it and disappear.
Did any compartments open in it for him to disappear, or did he just go invisible and start something?
It looks like he hid really well inside of it, like so well that you can't see him anymore from your vantage.
All right, okay. Well, Dante will just wait for the door to open.
All right. Tenzi and Company.
Well, I guess Musashi will move forward and open the door. And he will move forward.
Don't forget his necklace.
It will. Oh, okay. Yeah. He'll stop there and listen.
Okay. What direction does he want to listen?
I guess to the east.
All right. He just hears the sound of his heartbeat.
Wait. And position himself there. Asher will end the clairvoyance. And go to here, and he'll listen to the south.
You said he ends the clairvoyance?
Yes, he ended the clairvoyance.
Right. And listen to the south.
Yep.
And he hears the sound of the ocean in his ear.
All right, then Zalman will move up to there, and that'll be it for us.
Right. End of round. I'm gonna reorder because there's a couple spell effects now. And spells in time. So Ryer's rally is over. So you can remove the music symbol from any of your tokens. And first up is Shandrak and Company.
Okay. So, Erdrin will come, move over here, and he will try to hide in shadows along the wall. And let's see.
Ooh. Low 505 came in and resubbed. Thank you very much, Low.
Hello.
Hello. And Ryer will attempt to listen to this door to the west on this corridor.
Okay, and you said Airdrin Hidden Shadows, right?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, Ryer listens at the door. Here's the sound of his own heartbeat.
Okay. And then Shandrak will featherfoot his way to the door next to Tenzi.
And does he want to give a listen?
Oh, yes. Yes, if I
Okay.
can do that, I would love to do that.
Alright, he hears the hissing of large snakes on the other side of the door. And the speech of those abominations.
Do I hear any screaming behind this door?
No.
Okay. Shandrak will keep that to himself for now. And that'll be all.
Alright. Somebody somewhere moves silently. And Asher and Company.
Alright, so Asher is going to attempt to move silently using Featherfoot. Will get her to the southern door, and she will attempt to listen at it.
Muffled screams on the other side of the door.
Oh, sorry. I acted like I was gonna open it, but I didn't actually want to open it. Sorry. I was trying to click on my token. Alright, so she is going to break her stealth to tell people about it. She says, screams through this door. And she's going to use her remaining movement of 6. Gonna back up because she wants to find a new place to hide, but that's as far as she'll get. Attempt to move silently just to get closer to the group. He'll get that far.
Okay.
When she talks about the screen-
wait. Which
Yeah.
door? Which door was it?
Sorry, it was this. This door.
Southern one?
The
or-
southern one?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's muffled screams.
Okay. So she backs up. On our way to try to find another place to hide, and Barbosa moves a little bit closer, kind of moves silently. And yeah, she points to that southern door and says, "Screams through there." That'll be your turn.
All right.
Oh, sorry, I will actually move some people to the hall.
Dante and company.
Yeah, Dante is not going to move into the corridor, but it'll move up to here.
Nobody took the stones yet, right?
How big are the stones?
They are the same size as cut diamonds.
Oh, well, Dante will take them then, I think.
All right. Yeah,
No, I thought they were huge.
each stone is 1/50th of a pound.
Oh, it'll liberate them. And then he's going to stay wherever he is. So by the time he's got both of them.
All right. And then Tenzi and company.
Asher told us about what she heard, right?
Yes, and she pointed to that southern door.
Right. Then Asher will cast clairvoyance 5 feet beyond that door.
All right. I think this time I might as well just keep this token. Make a sheet for it. Save settings and spell AoEs, and it's Wizard 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Wizard 3. Edited and controlled by Tenzi. Save changes. Okay, can you see through its eyes?
Nope.
Oh, right, duh. Okay, I know what's wrong.
Yep.
Alright.
Oh. Alright.
So that person that you see is bound and gagged and lying on the floor. And you can
Okay.
see the gag is it's like expanding with air, as though the person were screaming loudly.
Then Asher will go up and try to open the door. Can he do that?
Asher? Or sorry, Ashriel?
Asher,
Yes, because opening doors is part of your movement, and it's definitely locked when you try to open it.
then he'll step back. Oh my god, make sure it's feet on him. And say, my son, there is prisoner beyond the door, but it is locked. And so Tenzi will come up and he will. Is it just a wood door? Is it like reinforced or?
It's a wooden door reinforced with iron bands that are riveted through the wood. And then it has a sturdy looking door lock on it that looks like it uses those old school medieval keys that have like 2 tumblers, you know. But
Stinty.
yeah, in other words, it is a good lock. And it's all ironmongery. It's all ironwork. Acid will eat through it. Go ahead.
So Tenji's going to look at it, concentrate on the wooden parts, looking for a weak point, and then perform a crushing blow upon the door.
Outstanding.
Ooh.
Go ahead and
Hoping he'd knock it down.
go ahead and have him target himself. The crushing blow causes a saving throw, correct?
Yeah, if the object's exceptionally strong, reinforced, supported by other objects like bricks on a wall, they get a saving throw versus crushing blow to avoid breakage.
Okay, and otherwise,
It's just broke otherwise. If it's a wooden board up to half-inch thick per level,
yeah.
or a quarter-inch slab of stone per level. So I
Wow.
can actually do an inch stone right now. Just break it.
Yeah. I would say that this door is reinforced because of the iron, like, bands. So there's like I'd say like 4 or 5 inch wide iron band across the door near the bottom and near the top, and it's like riveted to like probably, you know, iron bands on the other side. Which is like, I guess, a typical medieval door. And then there is an iron lock that is, you know, like a good lock. So I'll give the door a saving throw. Just because it has metal pieces.
Yep.
And I'll use Tenzi to do the item save. So let's see. Saves. Item save. It's going to be thin wood, because I don't think a door should constitute thick wood. Like, to me, thick wood is a whole tree trunk. So, like, if it was the wall of a log cabin, you know, or like a wooden palisade where they're literally like logs sticking out of the ground, or like the hull of a boat is almost log thick. But a door, I would say, is thin wood, and it's save versus crushing blow, right?
Yep.
And I'm not going to give it any modifiers. Okay, so the target number was 13 or higher, and they rolled a 14, so the door saved. So Tenzi goes up to the door, and he's like, "Hi-ya!" and punches it like with this like weird like grip thing where his hand is he spreads his four fingers but keeps his thumb up against his forefinger, but the other four fingers are spread apart, and he's holding it parallel to the ground at shoulder level with his elbow bent backwards, and he delivers this punch to the door. While he's punching, he curls his fingers and turns his fist clockwise, like 45 degrees, so that it's as though he were gripping a pole that is facing like perpendicular to the ground. So he kind of rotates like a screw punch almost. And doesn't it hurt your hand when you mess up or something? Like you're not.
Not these monks.
Okay.
Or not this martial arts. The other one, yes.
Okay.
Damn it.
If any of your items have bonuses, they're saving throws. Annotate here, cloak of displacement. Oh yeah, that's your notes for. Okay. 30 AC monk level bonus, weapon slots. All right. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
Other than Tenzi's abject frustration and not being able to break the door, that'll be it for us.
Yeah. So end of round and spells in time. And somebody somewhere moves silently. And Asher and company.
Asher kind of glances around the corner when she hears that. Where is she?
Thank you.
Oh, there she is. She kind of glances around the corner when she sees that, and hears that and says, "Oh, good idea. I might be able to get that lock, but it would take some time. If you think you got it, you can just try again, I guess."
Perhaps more brute force would be in order, but I can make another attempt.
And so Asher kind of looks around for Anatar, doesn't see him. Anatar? and he answers like, "I'm here!" He's using improved invisibility, which also means that he can do some shit and still stay invisible.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so he'll come up and he will try to knock the door down, I guess.
With open doors.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you roll that because you would know if it succeeded or failed.
Hmm.
Just make sure that it's the locked doors.
Oh, okay. Let me try again.
Yeah, because it's a locked.
Sealed doors. Is what
Yeah.
I'm looking at.
Yep.
Oh no!
Oh man.
This is going badly, guys.
Okay, so his target number
Like-
was what? Hold on.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. 1 second. So this macro
Okay.
for the open doors and sealed doors, the only way that I could write it was so because you know what the mathematical order of operations are, right? Like multiplication and division before addition and subtraction. So this macro, because of the way the open doors scores work, they put both open doors scores in the same slot. And the regular open doors is not in parentheses. And then if you have the ability to open sealed doors, it's in parentheses. And the only way I could write it was by using the order of operations. So what I did was, for normal doors on the left side of the equation, it's 1 times your open doors score, the regular doors, okay? And then plus whatever your parenthetical value for open sealed doors is, times 0. Right? So 1 times, in this case, it's 17 to open normal doors, and 10, and that's lower, it's a check. So 17 or lower to open normal doors, and 10 or lower to open locked doors. So the equation for open normal doors is 1, it's D20 lower than, less than, and then in parentheses 1 times 17 plus 10 times 0. So it takes out the 10 for, because it's multiplied by 0, it removes the 10 for open sealed doors, and then gives you a 17 for open normal doors, and it's 20 less than that number. So that's the open normal doors, right? The sealed doors one goes 0 times 17 plus 10 times 1. So it uses the 10 instead of the 17, because 0 times 17 is 0, plus 10 times 1 is 10, right?
I feel like this is not what our teachers had in mind when they said we were going to use math for the rest of our lives.
Right. So that was the only way I could think of to write that macro. So in that case, what you have to do is, if you have an open door score and you have an open sealed door score, you have to delete the parentheses and put a plus between them on the character sheet for it to work. Because I couldn't figure out any other way. I was like, how am I gonna fucking do this? So every time this check is made, I have to go into the character sheet and make sure that there's a plus between two numbers, And sometimes your strength is so low that you don't even have a chance to open sealed doors. In that case, you have to put whatever the number is plus 0. Otherwise, it's gonna, if you try to open, sealed doors, it's gonna use your regular open doors score to open sealed doors, which is bad. So, yeah. So I had to go in and delete the parentheses and put 17 plus 10 so that this macro will work. So you have to roll again to open sealed doors. And it probably will succeed because he has 6 attempts. Because his strength score is so high. You're probably going to bust down the door. Alright, so Anatar invisibly heaves into the door with his shoulder, blasting the door off of its hinges. And the door goes careening into the room.
You can't see him. We could plausibly act like it was a delayed response to Tenzi's attack.
Yeah.
Somebody's looking at his hand, looking at the door.
I did it! Tokens. I'm looking for a door. It's kind of like, it kind of looked like this. You know, but not as pretty. Probably. So, what is that, Shift Z? So that's what I'm talking about, like the reinforced bars coming off the hinges and, you know, the door lock. Kind of like that. I don't know, there aren't any better pictures of doors on here.
Put that door in my house in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yeah, good door.
And yeah, just kind of flies across the room and you know, hits the wall, the back wall, and then falls over onto the floor. And anyone else for Asher and Company?
Yeah, so Asher is going to back up a bit more, looking for thing or large creature to hide behind. And yeah, when she gets to Athil, she'll kind of like duck under his like tail or whatever and try to hide in shadows there.
In his butt.
Yeah.
Alright, and we'll take another 3-minute break. We'll be right back in 3. we are back after exactly 3 minutes. Anything else for Asher and Company? Alright, is Dante here?
I'm afraid so.
Alright. So Dante and Company.
He's going to loiter at the back, keep a wary eye on the T-Rex doesn't get too close, but he doesn't want to get clogging up the passageway ahead, so he's going to let the plebs sort of filter through first. So that'll do for him.
Alright. And is Tenzi here?
Yep.
Alright, Tenzi and Company.
Satisfied that the delayed effect on the door worked, he will step through, sees the person that comes up, and will try to undo the bindings and gag on that person.
Yeah, it's like, they're basically like hogtied, with a rope, and then the gag is like, it's just a strip of leather, that's like wrapped around their head 3 or 4 times, so it goes like in between their teeth, and then over their mouth 3 or 4 times in 3 or 4 different layers. So, you know, they're pretty well gagged with that leather strip. And you know, as you untie the bonds and the gag or whatever, the person says,
Oh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Is he attired like the other ninja that we?
is he what?
Is he attired like the other ninja that we freed? The same colors.
Same colors. He's definitely a Kitate. From what you can tell, he, like, by his like age, he's probably he's a bit younger, like a teenager to early 20s. And that Chunin was like in his mid 20s or something.
I'll tell him that we freed his leader and ask him if he knows where the others are.
Yes, I think there were 3 cells. I saw the other 2 when they brought me in here. If you could, please help me free my brethren.
Of course. So that'll be it. We'll wait till he's freed and can move and show us where the other cells are.
Okay. And it looks like he doesn't have any equipment on him, other than his like Kitate night suit, which is that well, they look like this. Yellow and black.
Okay. I'm looking around. I don't see a chest or anything like in the other room.
Yeah. Nope. No chest.
Then that'll be it for us until he's ready to move around.
Okay. Yeah, he stands up. And moves, you know, like 12 squares ish. Well, not that far actually, because he just walks to one of these other doors, and he points to either side of the hallway, and said,
I believe they are in here. These two doors.
Kenzie nods in agreement, and then we'll end our turn there.
okay.
Oh, someone is. Oh, that's your Kirite. Josh, we guess we gotta roll dex checks.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Goodness for cat's grace.
And if I remember correctly, Kirite are fairly dexterous. Yeah,
Or ninja.
his cat-like reflexes basically, stop him before he even gets to your square. And he's like, oh, but still points to the doors and says what he says. Okay, anything else for Tinsy and company?
Nope.
Alright, end of round. I'm gonna reorder just in case. I don't remember if we added any more effects. Time and spells. And Shandrak and company.
Okay. Ryer will take a 5-foot step into the getting square just to try to take a listen at the eastern door.
Oh, that square's occupied by the Kirite.
Okay. Alright, let's see. Well, I'll just try it just in case. No, it's locked, of course. Yeah, I think Ryer will. Let's start singing an inspiring song.
Okay, go ahead and roll your rally ability and... I will put the singing on the turn order trackery dealy. Okay, Ryer, rally, +1 to hit. And it's gonna be 3 rounds before it takes effect. Yeah. Low says ball gag. The doors in roll 20 or not. Oh yeah, I really like these new doors. I just wish that the DM couldn't move them while on the token layer. I think that needs to be fixed. Like, you should be able to interact with them as the DM, but not move them while they're on the token layer. Like, I think you should have to go to probably the dynamic lighting layer to actually move them.
And also, I like to just move Yong into this room, but I think he's stuck in between a couple of walls.
I think it's his like center of gravity, because there's a hitbox. Each of these tokens has a hitbox when you're on the dynamic lighting layer, and his is kind of like right where his tail begins. And it's pretty big, and it's halfway in between two squares. And it's about the size of a square too. So anything that's like, you know, 1 square wide, he's probably gonna have trouble getting through. But these hallways luckily are 10 feet wide, so he's gonna be like squeezing through the hallways pretty much. So you should be able to move him now, I think, because now his hitbox is in the room.
No. Yeah, I still can't move him. He's
That might be where he.
like...
You can pivot him, but not move him forward.
Yeah.
Try now.
There we go.
Are you able to get him into the 10-foot wide hall?
Let's see. Yeah, looks like it.
If not, that might be where he's kind of gonna have to stay. Oh, nice. Yeah, looks like you did. Yeah, so he's squeezing through that hallway right now. If you
So
can
he's
imagine,
gonna-
if you could imagine a T-Rex hunkering down and going through like a double door, like a hospital hallway, right? They're about double door width, right? And then imagine a hospital hallway that's 15 feet tall. So this T-Rex gets scrunched down, passes through a double door into a like a hospital hallway, and is like taking short little steps, you know, trying to squeeze through. So if you can squeeze him through that hallway, that's fine. If not, that's where he's gonna have to stay.
Yeah, no,
And
I
if
think
you-
he can. He's just gonna stop there for now.
If you have trouble turning him, he's probably gonna get stuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah. I think
Alright.
it's just because there was a lot of walls right there. I think
Yeah.
that was the problem.
yeah, well, I'm pretty sure the problem was his hitbox. I didn't know that it was right where his tail meets his body. And it was still in the water. Is the thing.
Ah, okay.
So as soon as I
Yeah.
pulled it out of the water, it was fine. All right. Anything else for Shandrak and Company?
No, that'll be all.
All right. Somebody somewhere moves silently. Oh, wrong button. There we go. And Asher and Company.
Yeah, so Asher will. They saw people listen at doors, but then they never said like, it seems fine. Okay, so Anatar will turn to the door closest to him and try it. And finds it locked.
Yes, definitely locked.
And he'll try to break it down.
All right. It's a sealed doors check because it's locked. Oh yeah, you kick the shit out of that door, and the door goes careening into the room. And I can just click on the door and backspace. There you go. And the door hits the far wall and falls to the ground.
Alright, and Karen Glore just saw like a door fly out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And kind of like looks around, but he's gonna step into the room. And sees, I guess, a Kita.
Yeah, it's definitely a Kitate ninja lying on the ground with, like, as Lo says, ball gag in his mouth, and, you know, he's hogtied with rope. And he's like,
Angler will come up and take off the gag, and
Oh, thank you. It was so hard to breathe.
It's alright. We are here and you are safe. Well, as safe as you can be. This is a terrible place.
and he begins starting to untie the Kitate.
What of my brethren?
We have found another of your rank and another of higher rank. There are many people who are disappearing in our group, but I believe this is intentional.
But there is one left.
Yes, we are pursuing its rescue.
Please, help me find my brethren.
Yes, we are in the process. We believe we have located them.
And Asher and Bombosa are going to attempt to move silently and closer to the center of the group.
And as Karanglor unties the Kitate Gainin, he rises to his feet and quickly moves out of the room to here, and says, "Oh, it is you!" And the other Gainin that was previously rescued faces the other, and they embrace quickly and pat each other on the back and face the remaining locked door. And this one that was just rescued says, the other must be in there.
And Karen Glore will kind of step forward to see what they're doing and says,
Yes, some of our allies are using martial means to open these doors. Perhaps you could give them a little space.
And they both make a gesture of their left hand flat, palm facing towards their right, but the thumb placed right over their heart, and their right fist punching into the palm, and they do like a half bow to Karanglor and stand aside.
that'll be my turn.
Okay. Dante and Company.
Yeah, Dante, he's going to do a couple of things. He's certainly not going to go down the passageway at the moment for obvious reasons. And he's got a captive audience, so he's going to get his violin out and he's going to play a song lampooning what he's seeing called Sausage Through the Keyhole. As he sees this T-Rex squeeze into this tiny space. can't quite believe what he's seeing. And he's chucking away himself as he plays. But he's going to stay there.
Alright. And he begins playing the harp beautifully.
Oh, no, this is violin because the harp is violin.
Oh, that's
This is
right.
violin.
Violin. Okay, violin here. As Ryer plays his guitar. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's wrong. This is violin. There. And this is guitar. There we go. Alright, anything else for Dante and Company?
No, that'll be it for the moment.
Is it a rallying song?
Oh, no, he's just playing it just to... He likes playing his instrument.
Okay.
It's nothing to do with his
Just,
violin.
yeah, just wanted to check, because using an actual bardic ability would be a penalty.
Yeah,
Okay.
This is just purely for the pleasure of seeing a really stupid
Yeah.
funny.
Okay, Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi will come out of this room, southern room, look at this door, and he will again try to do the crushing blow. And he'll say, sometimes it takes a little bit before it works.
Alright. So, saves. Item save. Thin wood. Door. Crushing blow. No mod. And the door gets splattered off of its hinges. Splattered. And flies across the room and hits the wall on the other side.
And Astral will enter until he sees the person, and he will I guess he'll go and land and try to take off the gag. If he's gagged, take off a gag and then remove his bonds if he's bound.
Oh yeah, definitely gagged and bound.
As he releases him, he says, "My son, we have found your brethren. You are the last to be rescued."
And he like kind of looks at Ashriel and like kind of shakes his head, and as the gag comes away from his mouth, he says,
Glorious angel, but you are not my father.
My son, all of this world's children are mine.
But surely you are not my father.
But you are my son.
Ew.
and anything else for Tenzi and Company?
That'll do it.
Alright. End of round. And first up is Shandrak and Company.
Alright, so after it looks like the doors are open and people are pretty safe, Shandrak is going to try to open up the door he's next to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it opens up. And inside, kind of around the corner from the light source, you see one of these assholes. And la-di-da-di everybody. Initiative. So they're wielding Daikyu with leaf head arrows. And does anyone need multiples?
So far, Anatar, and I'm not done.
Okay, just let me know once you've rolled the initial
Yeah, I did. for
initiative
Anatar.
form. Okay, that's right. So there's another one, Franatar.
Ashriel,
Okay, Ashriel. Just one more for Ashriel.
Two for Varen, please. And for Karen Glore, please.
One for Gargamon, right?
Yeah. What do I need to roll again to try to ride check off of Young?
Oh, there should be a right check.
Just do that right for initiative.
Yeah, if you're mounting Yong and moving him in the same round, it's a riding check for dinosaur.
I'm gonna try to dismount him.
Oh, you are riding,
Mhm.
and you want to dismount and attack.
Yeah.
Yep, riding check.
one additional for Musashi and 3 additional for 10.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Grandmasters get a whole extra attack per round. So he has 4 actions. What is it? 1 kick, 2 strikes, a block, and a free block if you get attacked, right? Something like that.
Free block, yeah, free block, and a free block, yeah, 4 attacks plus a free block.
Yeah. But okay, so it's 2 kicks, 2 hand strikes, and a free block. Or is it a kick and
It could
3?
be mixed.
It
could be mixed in any way.
Oh,
As long as
okay.
I do at least 1 kick or at least 1 hand block, it could be mixed in any way.
Okay.
Or 1 hand.
So you could have 3 kicks and 1 hand attack, or 3 hand attacks and 1 kick. Okay, gotcha. Three kicks is what's up. That's pretty good. I think with the other rules, the most attacks you would get would be 3, but it would be 3 attacks that were 2d8 with no checks. You wouldn't have to make any checks. And it would be Iron Fist is the name of the attack. And I think there's also Crushing Blow on that one, but it's a little different. Like, you actually can paralyze your hand for like 6 rounds or whatever if you fail. And then there was a second attack in between called Eagle Claw. And I think you can do as many Eagle Claws as you have attacks. And the damage is based on your level rather than a dice roll, for the most part. There's Iron Fist, Eagle Claw, and Crushing Blow. And I think the flying kick in the Ninja's Handbook is not as powerful as Iron Fist is. Okay, is anyone still rolling?
I think I still need one for Musashi.
Okay, there he is. Just one more?
Just one more, yep.
Okay.
I'm done.
Alright. So, we got Locate Object spell. Time now. It's 34 after 7 in the morning. We got Enlarge on Gargamond, Enlarge on Ashriel. So remember those asterisk 1.9 on the damage modification, and then plus whatever from, you know, Bless or whatever spells, Prayer, if there are any.
Everyone except for Adrim, Bombosa, and Ashriel are under the effect of Hero's Feast.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Not
Which
Airdrim.
is,
You switched to Briar, yeah. Chandra switched.
None of the opposite, yeah. It is
Okay,
Airdrim now, yeah.
okay, cool.
which is a Bless spell for 8 hours, right?
Among other things, yes.
Yeah. And, oh yeah, immunity to poison, right? And some other stuff.
And Fear.
Fear. Okay. And the Bless is +1 to hit and +1 to fear saves and morale checks.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. But you're immune to fear right now. Okay. And then Shandrak detect magic on himself. There's a Shandrak's protection from evil on himself. Shandrak's protection from evil on Tenzi. Okay, red dot improved invisibility. That's on Anatar. And then Ryer is singing a song to rally for +1 to hit. So anyone who doesn't go into combat this round or next round will be affected by rally. And there's someone invisible right here that still has music tunes. You're gonna want to take that token marker off.
Oh, yeah.
And then first up is Bombosa.
Okay. He
With-
is going to... He's going to attempt to move silently. Probably won't get there. A move silently only gets him here, so he'll hold his action in case something comes within his range.
Right. Bombosa. Checks. Alright. Zalman, the paladin. Tromping in to 2 abominations. Zalman the Paladin wears field plate mail. He's got a medium shield +1. Periaptive proof against poison +1, +3 to wyvern poison. Necklace of missiles, which I think shoots fireballs. Ring of warmth. And he's got, of course, his longsword +1.
We have a stealthy entrance followed by the exact opposite.
Yep. So there's this
Exactly.
loud as Zalman's Sabatons sort of reverberate and scrape against the floor.
Yeah, and he stops there. That's as far as he can get.
Within 1 square of this abomination. And you have reach to the abomination if you want to attack it.
Oh, okay. Try to stab it with his longsword.
Alright. And it's shieldless. It's using a bow right now. -2 versus AC 4 hits. It's a large creature. You cause 7 damage.
And I'll try to punch it upside the head with his shield.
Oh, yeah. So these abominations are, I don't know, 10 feet long. Probably, 6 feet tall with about 4 foot of tail, keeping them upright on the ground. And your shieldless target 9 versus AC 4 misses with the shield. Probably, hitting him, but just not with enough pressure to, bash him and bruise him. Okay, Ashriel.
I think this is the best initiative I ever had for Ashriel.
Probably, yeah. That 2-handed sword is a son of a bitch, isn't it?
Yep.
It's. I think its speed is reduced by 1. Oh, you're not even using the sword. That's why it's so low.
I used the Nodachi this time because it has more pluses, so it's quicker.
Yep.
And I actually made my quickness check. So
Yeah. Very nice. That Nodachi normally has a speed of like 10 or 11 or something, but it's a Nodachi +4. And then quickness reduces your initiative by 2. So you must have rolled like, what, a 2? Or a 1, maybe. Probably a 1. Alright, so you're able to get in there with higher ground, and he kind of turns to face both you and Zalmond. So this is a father and son pair right here. Zalmond being half angel. He is what you would call a Azamar. Okay, and then Ashriel is his father, and he's an Azamon. And he's currently in the form of a Movanik Deva. Alright, so Ashriel strikes the Yonti abomination with his large-sized Nodachi +3. Rolling a natural 20 and critting for 24 damage.
Nice.
I wish it wasn't a crit. It would have been 42.
That
Yeah,
sounds
really,
even
yeah.
more when it comes out like that.
Yep. Wow.
If he's still alive, then I'll follow up with the greatsword.
Yeah, he's still alive. And what are the categories again for your flame blade?
Regenerating, cold using, inflammable or avian, or undead.
Okay, he's gonna be normal because he's not avian, undead. He's not inflammable. He's not cold using.
That snake isn't secretly a bird.
Correct. Okay, shield is -8. Oh, one off of a crit. At a 17, so it was almost a crit, but not quite. So yeah, -8 versus AC4 is a hit. You cause 30 damage, which is maximum on 2 of your D6s. Very nice. And 30 damage is enough to kill him. So go ahead and describe how you slay the beast.
He kind of just swings the greatsword around, the flame leaping off the blade, and as he cuts off its head, the wound is neatly cauterized, so there's no blood all everywhere.
Yeah. Yep. The flames cauterize. Okay. Let's take a quick 3-minute break. We'll be right back in 3. Alright, we still got about 30 seconds left. Is Asher there?
Here.
Tenzi there?
Yep.
Shandrak there? And is Dante there?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Shandrak. So Asriel just took his turn, so Shandrak is left. We got about 10 seconds left. Is Shandrak there? About 4 seconds left. Alright, is Shandrak there? Okay. We can have Shandrak's turn retroactively. Dante.
Don's just going to carry on playing whilst the corridor clears out. He's going to follow along.
All right. Karen Glory.
I'm here.
Okay. Shandrak's turn. Shandrak.
Okay, yes. So let's see. Now that that target has been dealt with, Shandrak will try to Featherfoot the other one. But he can only get that far. So if he comes within striking distance, I'll get him. But that's as far as I can move.
All right. Karen Glory.
Alright, let's see how far. Make it either. But yeah, alright. Shit. Wrong tool. Here. And hold his attack for if something approaches him.
Right. Kenzie.
Fortunately, there's no one near, so he's going to do the same thing. He'll move to here and then hold his attacks until something comes within.
All right. The auntie shoots. Let's see. That I'm gonna give Tenzi some cover from that column right here. I'm gonna give you 25% cover from that. So 25% cover. Let's see, rules. Combat. And I could have sworn, no, okay, I didn't make a cover and concealment. Nope. Didn't do a cover and concealment handout. So cover and concealment, let's see, fun, cover, and concealment, modifiers, table 59, player's handbook.
That's
So-
okay. He misses anyways.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, your cloak of displacement causes the Yanti to miss. Anatar.
Alright, let's put that team movement to use. 1, 2, 7, 14. $16, 17, 18. Heck yeah. Alright, so unless the thing perceives him, I guess he'll get a extra +4 for invisibility.
Let's see. I don't remember how many hit dice they have. Pretty sure they're smart enough.
Okay.
Not high enough level. Wow.
Okay.
You got to be level 10 and have 13 or higher intelligence to get a saving throw versus invisibility.
That'll give him a total of +5 to hit.
Yes, because when you're invisible, your enemy is essentially blind. And then he's affected by what, the Hero's Feast?
Yes.
Okay, so that's like a bless spell for another +1, so yeah, +5. Shield is -2 versus AC 4 is a hit. You cause 19 damage with your longsword +3. And he takes it like a champ. 19 damage. But you can see his green bar dwindle. Yeah. Yeah, like what the fuck just hit me? He's, of course, now he's aware that there's an invisible creature there.
Yeah.
Alright. Someone somewhere moves silently. Ah. So, you see this Kidate
Oh no.
I knew
Trying
this was
to-
not who was in here.
trying to act all sneaky. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, this one, our guys. Okay.
And he pulls out his Hankyu. And it looks like he's trying to backstab the Yuan-Ti with his Hankyu. Not realizing that Anatar is there. It's not really going to matter because it's not a magical arrow, and Anatar has weapon immunity up to like +3 right now, I think. So, but the target Yuan-Ti is about twice as big as Anatar is right now, so it's going to be 1 or 2 on this die. It shoots at the Yuan-Ti, and a 3 means he accidentally shoots Anatar. So he gets the Yuan-Ti, but it's not a backstab because he failed his move silently check, and he just gets a regular attack with his Hankyu. And I need to slide the Hankyu up. It's some kind of arrow that does a d6. I don't know what. So attack. 10, 20, 36. Range categories. Ooh, so that's medium range for the Hankyu. That sucks. And he's on lower ground. Hankyu against the Yuan-Ti. It's gonna be medium range, lower ground, and no mods to attack or damage. Shieldless still hits a -2 versus AC4, causing 5 damage to the Yuan-Ti. Like a pro. But now he knows he is failing at that ninja life. So I'll remove the sneaky. And next up is Varen.
Alright, so Varen is going to fly. And assuming this pedestal here is about 10 feet above the ground, he will gain 20 altitude. 8 squares, and then getting here is going to be a total of 21 squares. Take his, well, I didn't turn in the right way. I'll take his 45 degree turn.
Yeah.
Sorry, 90 degree turn. And then he will flying. He doesn't know this, but it's above Anatar. So he's going to be 20 feet up. Let me mark that. Yeah. He just wanted that elevation bonus. Alright. And he will attack. Oh, I almost forgot to do the damn High Master again. Alright. Again. Melee, higher ground, +1 to hit.
Right. Sheila's confirmed crit, -16, beats AC 4. Crit damage for large creature is 22, causing 22 damage to him, and that's enough to slay him.
Oh damn.
Go ahead
Okay.
and describe how you do it.
He like just takes the things head right off. It's much messier than Ashriel's strike.
And combat is over. There were 2. Yanti abominations. 2 Yanti abomination. They are worth quite a bit. It was 8,000 each. There are 4 player characters, 11 NPCs who are in XP. Creatures defeated was 2 of them. They have 9 hit dice each, and there are 8 warriors and bards in the party. So pretty decent chunk. And first up out of combat is Asher and company.
Okay. Baron will land here. Yeah, everyone's gonna kind of enter the room. Asher can't help but notice these treasure chests up in northeast. And she will... I put her... Oh, she hasn't come in. I'm sorry, she hasn't come in. Who's up next? Okay. Yeah, she will attempt to move silently into the room. And
And then as soon as she sees those treasure chests, she like gets too excited and drops stealth. It's like, oh my goodness! And she is going to head up to this one, kind of give it a cursory glance inside.
Right. So inside the chest is a ninja toe, Hankyu, quiver of arrows for the Hankyu, a bunch of small star shurikens, and that mouth thing that I mentioned earlier.
I think I found your stuff, guys.
And you can see the Chunin kind of nod to you and do like fist to palm half bow.
Huh?
In thanks, while remaining silent. Anything else for Asher and company?
They're just kind of moving further into the room and kind of glancing around.
All right. End of round. And first up is Shandrak.
Okay. Let's. Yeah, Young will squeeze through the hallway. Whoop. Yeah, just stand right there.
Okay, so as Gargamon has Yang enter the hallway, it's like so tight he has to dismount.
Oh, okay. Yes, okay. Yep.
Because Yang himself can barely scrape through there. This room, the ceiling's a bit higher. It's like 25 feet high, so he can, remount once you get in here. It's just going to take another check.
Okay. And Ryer will continue wrapping up his song and take a half move into the room with everyone else.
All right. Anything else from Shandrak and company?
Actually, yeah, I think Gargamon, when he came up, he'll point to the opposite side of the room and say, "Oh, looks like there's some more treasure over there. That doesn't look like the ninjas."
Yeah, it looks like a bunch of coin. Kind of up on like an altar / dais thing. It's like a half circle carving out matriculation. I don't know, in the wall. I don't know what the word for that is. It's not a sconce.
And Erdrin will walk up to the pile and examine what kind of coins it looks like it is.
It looks like a bunch of silver. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll call that out. It's a big pile of silver.
Does he want to start counting?
Yeah, while he's here, he'll count 100.
Yeah. Yep, and there's definitely more to count. Alright, anything else for Shandrak and Company? Alright.
Yeah. Shandrak will. He will move silently with Featherfoot down the stairs and towards the north a little bit. And then that'll be all.
Alright. Dante and Company.
Yeah, now the corridor's clear, he's going to move through. Into the room. Oh. And see what he can see. He's going to finish up about there and have it.
Alright. So with your bird's eye view, you're able to see there's a bunch of silver coins over here on this raised like stone table. And then a bunch of ninja gear in these chests. And there's a dead Yon T here. And here. Each with a Daikyu and 2 quivers full of, what was it, leaf head arrows for the Daikyu. And, let's see, they must have a melee weapon or something.
The last ones we had a Naginata katana and a Daikyu.
Yeah, these ones have katana and Daikyu with leaf head arrows, 2 quivers each. All right. Anything else for Dante?
No, no, I don't think so.
All right. Cameron Glore.
No, that's waiting for Asher's turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to remove him from the. Jeez. All right. Yeah. Tenzi and Company.
Zalman to come over and help count silver. So that'll be another 100. Asheville will fly to next to Don down the corridor. Tenzi will also move up under Dante's carpet. We'll still continue to listen to Ryder's song.
Alright. And these Kitate. Kind of come out of this hallway. And I come up the stairs. And they each start pulling their ninja gear out of the chests. And the tuning comes over here by this wall. And looks all sneaky.
Oh no.
Okay, Asher and Company.
Hey. Asher is going to send her guys to count coins while we kind of think about our next move.
How many people are counting coins?
Let me place them real quick and I'll be able to tell you. 100 duck. Alright, I got him. It doesn't. He's still attempting to hide.
Who?
So Bombos is still stealthing. Okay, so that's 4 people counting.
4 of your people?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a total of 600 GP count, or SP count so far.
Alright, and Bombosa is going to attempt to move silently a little bit further into the room just to not get too far from allies. Then Asher sees this door to the south, and she's going to that way and take a listen at it. At 18 will get her there. She's going to listen at this door.
Alright. Sounds like the sea.
More water behind this door. Water all over this temple. That'll be it.
Alright. End of round. Anyone need a bathroom break or anything? All right, here we go.
So Ryer's rally starts, right? Or it takes effect, rather.
Let's see. We'll see that when we get to it. Yeah, it does. Go ahead and roll to see how many rounds.
Oh, it should be 11 per level.
Oh, and it looks like Inventar's improved invisibility is done.
Okay. So Ryer finishes his rally. Everyone within 110 feet of Ryer gets the music symbol with a 1 on it. So I'll make sure
damn it.
everyone can see. I'll make it a green aura.
Enter to combat too.
You can only get it though if you didn't attack last round, right?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. 110 feet. After concentrating on Ryer for 3 full round actions, characters whom are friendly to Ryer and are within 110 feet of Ryer receive +1 to attack rolls for 11 rounds. Yeah, you had to not have attacked for 3 full rounds. You guys see that green aura?
Yeah.
And it's sound, so you shouldn't have to worry about line of sight. So anyone who didn't actually attack the last 3 rounds can get that. Alright, I'll turn the aura back off. And then at the end of this round, Anatar's red dot improved invisibility will be gone.
Oh, okay. I thought it was already. Yeah, I will make him invisible again.
And first up is Shandrak Company.
Okay. Gargamond will join the group counting, and so will Ryer. So they will have 3 people counting silver.
All right, so we were at 600, so now we're at 900
Mm-hmm.
silver.
And Shandrak will continue forward with Featherfoot to the north. So I don't see anything yet in this hallway?
Just 2 pillars.
Okay, so that was 9 squares of my Featherfoot, so I'll go 3 more north.
Okay, there's your half move.
Oh, can I continue moving silently?
Yeah, because Featherfoot makes you move your full move, and you're out of combat, so you can move up to 24.
Okay. Okay. In that case, go a little bit further. The next... Oh, there's something. Okay, so that's 8 more squares.
Alright, you see
What?
this guy over here,
Mm-hmm.
and he looks like this.
Okay.
He's just swimming around in the water. Looks kind of
Hmm.
froggy. I'll give you a good description. Alright. They look like large, roughly humanoid toads with arms in place of forelegs. They stand upright or on all 4 limbs by turns, so they just kind of switch between bipedal and quadrupedal. They have rows of blunt, powerful teeth. Spines run the length of their back. Yeah. They got spikes all down their back, and that you can kind of see when they're opening their mouths to like breathe or whatever. They have rows of, sharp little teeth in there. Rows of blunt, powerful teeth. Sorry, blunt teeth, not sharp teeth. Kind of gross looking. And you can see they're covered with this like thick, viscous, like green slime.
Okay. Alright, so I have 4 squares left of movement, so I will silently go back south towards the group. And that'll be all for my turn.
Alright. Dante and company.
Right. I think Dante's going to take up. Oh no, he can't move it.
Oh, by the way, that thing was 7 feet tall plus.
Okay,
So
look like a big token.
yeah, yeah, big, tall motherfucker. Like, it's a large creature. Sorry, Dante, for interrupting. What were you saying?
No, I'm just trying to get over to here. I can't seem to move over there, just to get out of the way. But yeah, I'm basically going to stay there for the moment.
There are stairs kind of to the... Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
to the south.
Yes.
Alright.
Yeah.
Anything else for Dante?
That will do.
And the little nature spirit's like, wee, haha, yay! As you're flying around. Tenzi.
I have 1 person counting.
Ah, okay, so we're at 1,000.
And then Ashriel and Tenzi will move up a little bit, along with Musashi. And that will be it.
Let's see, just a second. Alright, so the Kitate kind of finished putting on their ninja gear. So each one has Ninjato, Hinkyu bow, small star shuriken, and that sickle and chain thing wrapped around their waist. Nikode, which are cat claws for climbing, and the, what was it called, Fukimi Bari or whatever, the thing on their mouth.
Get it back up.
Oh, Metsubishi. Sorry, Metsubishi.
Yeah. About this dungeon, I'm living my weeb anime dream.
Yeah. So these are Metsubishi with pepper inside. Yeah, pepper. So it's kind of like blowing pepper spray in someone's face. Alright, so these Genin, they finish equipping their ninja gear, and so now they're like Batman. They got all these cool little gadgets and toys, and they kind of tumble down, plop, plop, plop onto the floor down below, and in kind of in unison, they run down the hall. Like full tilt leaning in, like Ninja Run, you know? And they run down the hall to about right in front of where Tenzi's at. And they all kind of like take cover at these points against the wall or whatever. And they look like they're taking cover and trying to hide. Whoops. Alright, so this one on the right looks like he's trying to be sneaky. The one to the left of him also looks like he's trying to be sneaky. And then the one next to the tuning looks like he's trying to be sneaky, so they all failed the hide and shadows checks. They're sucking at Ninja Life. Asher and Company.
I actually think she should be charged of this clan now. Alright, so Jim will head up that direction on Thiel. I've got 4 people counting silver.
4 people counting silver. And we were at 1,000 silver before. So now we're at 1,400. SP.
And so Thiel will stop here. Asher is going to go that direction. And attempt to hide under Thiel's tail again.
Alright. Shadows.
And Bosa is going to attempt to move silently closer to the group.
Right.
Yeah, oh sorry, I'm gonna sneeze.
Just moving.
Yeah, that's it.
Alright. End of round. Let's take another 5 minute. Sorry, not a 5 minute. Another 3-minute break. It's been, yeah, an hour and 12 minutes since our last break already. Wow. Alright, we'll be back in 3. And we are back exactly 3 minutes later. Do we have Asher?
Present.
And do we have Tenzi?
Yep.
Do we have Shandrak?
Yep.
And do we have Dante?
Oh yeah.
Very nice. So that was the end of the round. And time now is 7:37 a.m. September 21st, 11:85, the first day of autumn. We have time and spells. So Anatar's improved invisibility is now done. So you can go ahead and make him visible and remove that red dot if you could.
Suddenly everybody sees him with a bunch of coins in his hands.
Yeah. And then I'll remove that from the tracker. And Ryer's rally +1 to hit has 9 rounds left at the end of the round. Time now, or sorry, first up is Shandrak and Company.
So Shandrak's guys see the room's getting a little cleared out, so
And that was.
they're gonna see what's going on.
So he's not playing his guitar anymore.
No.
It's just violin that we hear now. From Dante, right? Is Dante still playing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So Gargamon will move there.
Mm.
Move there. Erdwin will move there, and then he's going to try to tumble down.
Don't forget his light source.
Thank you. That was 6 for him.
He definitely tumbles off the edge, taking no damage.
And yeah, I think he will come next to Tenzi. And that's where he'll try to hide in shadows. And then yeah, Shandrak is going to further foot back towards the north.
Okay.
Seven.
All right, so you can see that there are several tiers of daisies. And
Yes.
it was a Control L that makes you. I think it's Control L. Maybe my control button's not working. I did get some water on my keyboard earlier. Control L. There we go. Yeah, several layers of several terraces of daisies. Daces.
I will just move kind of. Yeah. I'll stay next to this pillar. I can still see everybody, and that'll be all for me.
All right. Sort of coming from back here. Sounds like there's a fountain or something. Just like a constant whoosh of, or not whoosh, but like trickling of water.
Okay.
Anything else for Shandrak and company?
No, that will be all.
All right, Dante.
Dante's playing on and letting things unravel around him. Yeah, that'll do for Dante.
All right. Still playing the violin.
He is, yeah. To lift people's spirits.
Yeah. Tenzi and company.
Zalmond will continue counting. And so that puts us at 1,500 silver, I think. And Asher and Tenzi will move a little bit further.
Yeah, 1,500.
And we'll stop here. Oh, and Tenzi will look around for Asher and ask, how old is Brian Druid? I know that might be a little odd question, but what age is he for a Drake?
Hatchling.
He's a hatchling?
Yeah. Yeah, gold dragons are about as big as a horse when they're born. Well, when they hatch. They're not born, per se.
Okay, that'll be it for us.
Alright, so the Chunin. I know. Have to move forward here. Move silently. Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter if they make their check because they failed their damn hide and shadow, so I don't even need to roll. They just kind of move forward 4 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Asher and company.
She'll have more people count. They're like kind of looking over their shoulders, seeing the room's clearing out, but hopefully they're getting close.
4 people. So we are at 1,900 now.
And then Asher and Bombosa will both attempt to move silently forward.
That'll be it.
Okay, and Asher was using Featherfoot, right?
Correct.
And then Bombosa was just using regular
Regular move silent.
move silent.
I did move him 8 squares because we're out of combat.
Yep.
That's allowed. Okay.
Yeah. And then with Featherfoot, you can move 24.
Yeah, I moved her 18, but I'm satisfied where I'm at.
All right. So end of round. Gonna order. Turn on a tracker again, just in case. Okay, Chandrak's protection from evil has 1 round left. The one on himself. The one on Tenzi ends at the end of this round. Okay. First up is Chandrak and Company.
Okay. I think Erdrin will move silently closer. Eight squares to there. And I'll move up Gargamon. Oh. Ryer. Uh,
So the ceiling in this room is really high. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45 feet.
Young will try to make his way through the hall. Uh, Gargamon will come over to Young and mount him.
Right.
And that'll be all.
Dante and Company.
Yeah, okay. Dante's he's going to move up. He's not going to play the violin. He realises that stealth is the order of the day. Sorry, I can't get down from that level.
Oh, yeah, I'll move you down.
Sorry, thank you.
Oops.
Right, thank you. So yeah, he's going to progress up the hallway. But not too close to the T-Rex. Yeah, about as close as that, I think. And that will be it for Dante.
Engie and Company.
We're going to move up a little bit. And Zalman will count another 100 silver pieces.
You count a total of 2,000, and that's all.
Alright.
That'll be it for us.
The Kidate Ninja move about 4 squares closer. Except in this guy's case, he only moves 3 because Musashi is there. So he's right behind Musashi. Asher and Company.
Alright, seeing that all the silver is counted, they're gonna...
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. So Ashriel senses this extremely evil presence in the room, and he can see well, he can't see what it's coming from, but it's right behind the pillar right here. But he senses it. It's extremely, extremely evil. And it's as though he can see it. He really wants to snuff it out of existence, because he can suffer no evil creature to live. He can sense actually a few different evil presences. One here, one here, one here, and one here. 4 of them. And la-di-da-di, everybody, initiative. Because they also sense his presence. Oh.
For Varen only, please.
One second.
There's a bird nesting in my floodlight, and it is very loud.
Could glue those little metal toothpick things on there.
I never thought of that.
For
I
some
have
reason,
an air and water. I have an air and water show 2 blocks away. I can't believe that every time I've talked so far, there hasn't been a plane going.
Oh no!
oh, the air in here just got like two or 3 degrees hotter. It was like palpable.
Ugh.
Okay, so who needs more attacks?
Aaron.
Ashway.
Anyone else? I went ahead and gave Musashi 3 attacks. I don't know.
Oh,
what he's doing.
Young needs 3, his bite and 2 stomps.
Those
Or
all
is that
happen
just
at
all
the same time.
Okay, right.
It's only multiple attacks.
Right.
That's the same thing multiple times. Like same sword, same shield, same bow.
Come by 2 stops. Slide to the left.
Or in the case of martial arts, like 4 martial arts attacks all in the same round. Gonna need 4 lines.
Oh, actually, so I may be backstabbing this round, and because of my martial arts style, I can also make 1 block this round. So how does that work?
Was it Kung Fu?
Yeah. Style D.
Oh, that's okay, Tenzi style. Tenzi, is that block like an attack roll versus AC4 or something like that?
Yeah. But he has to make an attack to be able to use it, but yep.
So I'll put it on your character sheet.
Okay, so does that happen like do you put blocks on the tracker, or how does that work?
If you declare it at the beginning of the round, you can block any attack. So it doesn't matter. It's not a turn. It's if you get attacked.
Yeah, because I'm an expert non-warrior, I can block 3 to 2 because of my level.
Three per 2. That's if you don't use a weapon attack. I think your weapon attacks would take precedence over those. So you'd be able to make a backstab in 2 blocks.
Okay.
Or wait. 3 per 2 is 1 and then 2.
Yeah, so yeah.
Okay. So that I don't think your weapon would is that in addition to weapon attacks, Tenzi?
So for style D, you just get 1 extra block. It doesn't matter. You get however many attacks you get, and you get 1 extra free block. You can turn, like if you had 3/2 and you were on a 2 round, you could turn 1 of your extra attacks into another block if you wanted to.
Okay, but I got a free block for
Yep, free block. Doesn't take a slot or anything, just a free block.
Combat tactics. Unarmed combat. Martial arts talents. Flying kick, backward kick, spring, crushing blow, instant stand, missile deflection.
It's on the procedures.
Procedures.
It's in the procedure.
Style D emphasizes dodges and blocks. Character can make one free block each round in addition to any attacks he makes. If unarmed and unarmored, the character receives a -2 armor class bonus.
That's good.
Right. So I put the block on your weapon table, Chandrak.
Okay. Would I roll that in addition to my attack, or?
If you get attacked, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And then Tenzi, is that the one that like if you declare a block at the beginning of the round or whatever, you get extra blocks or some shit?
No, if you declare it at the beginning of the round, you can block, any attack even if it's before your turn in initiative. If you want to use one of your attacks, you have to. If you declare at the beginning of the round, you can do the same thing. You can block anything before your initiative round. If you wait until you attack and then say you want to do it, then it can only be on any attack on you after your turn.
Oh. So to use it, you have to beat their initiative.
Right. If you don't declare it immediately, if you declare it up front, then you can block any attack.
Yeah, and that is what I think I'm trying to do.
And that's using all your attacks to block, though. Right?
No.
What? Oh, no. What?
No.
Because otherwise you could just declare a block every round and then...
Well, you can only use it if you're attacking, and it's a free one. It doesn't take one of your attacks, so you can assume that it's always going to be declared at the beginning of the round and used whenever you get attacked. The first one.
The first one. So when is the second one apply?
You wouldn't get a second block unless you had multiple attacks and you wanted to use them for blocking instead.
Okay.
And the same thing, if you wanted to do that, you'd have to say at the beginning if you wanted to block before your initiative. You basically decide ahead of time if you want to give up that attack or not, in order for the freedom to block before your initiative comes up.
So you dedicate attacks. Okay, that's basically what I said. So Chandrak could make up to 2 blocks in one round by using his melee attack to block.
Yep.
But he has to declare it and then both blocks could be used at any time during the round, even before his initiative.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Any other multiple attacks? And is anyone still rolling? All right, here we go.
Oh crap! I think I forgot.
Forgot who.
Forgot Jim and Bombosa.
Oh, okay.
Wow, I got so distracted talking about blocks.
Wow, we're up to 4 subscribers. I think that's the most subscribers we've ever had.
Ooh,
Yeah.
nice.
We're great. Alright, I'm done. Sorry about that. Welcome,
All right.
guys.
Alright. So just reordering turn order to get those guys into their initiative slots. And here we go. So time and spells. Protection from evil on Chandrak will end at the end of this round. The one on Tenzi has just ended. First up is one of the toad-like creatures. And as soon as you guys attack one, you'll be able to see what they are in chat. Alright, so this toad kind of swims over to you guys. And Chandrak, you can smell the slime on this toad thing, and it starts making you gag and cough. It stinks so bad. It smells like hot garbage mixed with like pig slop, and it's just terrible. The so make a saving throw versus paralyzation, and
Oh shit.
your bonuses from like magic protection apply, but not from wisdom, because it's not like an illusion or a charm spell. It's not mental.
That was sorry, what kind of save?
Paralyzation.
Okay.
And even if you make the save, your attack rolls and initiative rolls are at -2 while you're close enough to smell it. So you,
okay.
yeah, you successfully save against the stench, and yeah, you still, yeah, those that do successfully make their saving throw still take a -2 penalty to their attack and initiative rolls. So it slows you down because you're like gagging and vomiting.
Yeah.
You're literally
So that's
vomiting
like-
food.
So yeah. So that's like any like initiative at like the top of the round, like if he was close enough.
Yes. Yeah, so
Okay,
it
yeah.
behooves you to like move away so that you can no longer smell them.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to keep my gag as quiet as possible.
Yeah. And it casts an innate spell.
Oh boy.
Alright, so the AoE is centered right. Let's see. So he has to be able to see center of the AoE. Oh. He's gonna put the AoE right there. Alright, so this is Unholy Word. So creatures, let's see, uttering a holy, let's see, uttering a holy word spell creates magic, a tremendous power. It drives off evil creatures from other planes, forcing them to return to their own planes of existence, provided the speaker is in his home plane. Creatures so banished. Oh, you have to be in your home plane to cast that. Okay. So he's not in his home plane. So he'll have to cast something else. All right. Alright, so this frog thing turns flat, then turns sideways and disappears. So say call it red dot 1. But you can still smell him, Shandrak. Like he's still there.
Okay.
But you can see his body go whoop, like in the movies when they have there's a Transformers movie where there was like on Air Force One, you know, the president's airplane. There was this robot that, like, it was so flat it would turn sideways and people couldn't see it. And then when it turned, yeah. It's like it literally has 2 dimensions now.
Weird.
Okay. Zalmond.
So I'm on a move away from all the silver. So he's done. And he will get to there and end his turn.
Alright, Ryer.
Ryer. I think he's good standing where he's at.
Alright, Bombosa.
Bombosa will attempt to move silently. He will, of course, only get 4 squares. We'll end up here. And that'll be it.
Okay. Baron.
Aaron is going to turn east. And fly up fly up 10 feet, and then here for a total of 15 squares. Once he gets there, he'll be 20 feet up. So he's there. And then he makes this 90-degree turn. Another 18 squares he can go. Eight more. That's as far as he'll get.
Alright, Karenglor.
Aranglor, he just rolled for movement, so he is going to jog toward the action.
And Masashi.
Sashi doesn't see anything, so I guess he's gonna hold his arrows.
Alright.
Yeah, Bombosa and Baron did roll for attack, so they'll attack anything if it just happens into their path.
Alright, so these ninja are all gonna go into these cubby holes. Taking cover. And the next froggy, or toad-like creature, swims over to right about here. And same thing, goes flat, turns sideways, and disappears. We'll call this one red dot 2.
These non-Euclidean nightmares.
Yeah. Same duration, looks like. And a third Froggy, Toady, swims down from the northwest. And stops right there. And gets out of the water onto the dry land. Right there. And now Asher can smell the slime on his skin and needs to make a saving throw versus paralyzation. Even if you make the saving throw, you still get a -2 to your attack rolls and to your initiative while you can smell this creature. And he does the same thing. Casts an innate spell, turns flat, and disappears. Alright, so you just have a -2 to attack rolls and initiative from vomiting and gagging. Because the stench is so horrible.
Tenzi's a little grossed out seeing vomit come out of nowhere, land on the ground.
Yeah. So next up is
Okay.
next up is Anatar.
Alright, he's going to innately cast Improved Invisibility again.
Okay, and then go ahead and roll the. Alright. And we'll make that. How about green dot 1?
That's great. Alright, and he will take his normal movement. Get there. That'll be it for him.
Alright, Shandrak.
So All the boys have come up but disappeared. I'm going to just wait for now. What's going to hold my action?
Okay. And a toady appears from the northeast. Whoops. Out of the water right here. And Shandrak, you can smell him also, but you don't have to make a saving throw. Because you already passed your save for this effect. And you're still in the AoE.
Yeah.
And then this thing gets red dot 4. And he turns sideways and goes paper thin and disappears. Asher.
I can see someone here. Is he supposed to be disappeared, or is he?
Yeah,
There.
that one also disappeared, sorry.
That's good. In that case, I will hold my turn.
Okay, Dante.
Dante's casting Sanctuary on himself.
Alright. Dante's Sanctuary on himself. And that's 8 rounds. Alright, Dante gets 100 points for Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Jim.
So, he rolled for movement, and I might change his initiative. I have a weird idea. Um, he's got a scroll of control winds. Now, there's probably no wind in the dungeon, so possibly it wouldn't even work. So it looks like the lowest wind he can manipulate is a light breeze. But I thought I would bring it up. What I'm thinking about doing, if he can use it, is to try to create a strong breeze effect to dissipate the smell.
Okay. Is there a die roll to see how strong of a wind you create?
No, for every 3 levels of experience, the caster can increase or decrease in force by 1 level of strength. And then
So it's yeah. So it's just by these wind speed categories on the wind effects handout. The rules, etc. And what was it? Combat wind effect? Oh, here it is. Just right under. So these airspeed categories is what you're talking about?
I'm just going
So from nothing up to
Yes.
light breeze, and then light breeze to moderate breeze, and then moderate breeze to strong breeze.
Yes.
Okay.
But his level, I think he can start using the item. I think he can start at a moderate breeze, and then I think he can
It doesn't
scale
have to
up
speed
as
up
you go. Let's see.
over time, or
Master can increase or decrease. Reading it.
what's the name of the scroll?
Control wins.
Oh, the actual control wind spell.
Mhm.
Okay, got you. I think that spell is in the spell database thing, so you can cast it, and it's let's see, what level is that spell?
It's 5.
Okay, so the minimum it's a pre-spell, so the minimum
Yeah.
casting level is 9, so it's cast at level 9
Okay.
caster.
Alright, well, I just want to kind of bring that up in case it was a stupid idea. So he will wait until the end of the round and do that.
Okay. Yeah, it's always worth a try. It's up to DM interpretation, like what stuff like that does.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it doesn't say like, you know, oh, their stench can be blown away, but, you know, it makes sense. It's like wind, it should, you know, blow away the stink. So Jim is doing that
Wait
with
until-
the scroll. Tinsy.
Yeah, at the end of the round.
Tenzi cast Crown of Cold on himself.
Tinsy's Crown of Cold on himself. That's like hundreds of rounds, right?
Wait, only 13.
Oh.
100.
13 rounds. Alright, and what level is that?
3rd level.
Okay, so Tinsy gets 300 points. Alright, the next one of these toady, froggy, weird things that you can't see gets to go. And that's going to be red dot 5. Alright, next up is Ashriel.
He's gonna fly over towards where he saw one appear in front of. Oh, actually, I'll go here and swing at the square here, where he saw one of those frogs appear.
Yeah. Okay, it's going to be at -4. And I will make the creature Oh. Yeah. Your sword passes right through the area. Yep.
So I'll follow up with the Nodachi.
All right.
And I'll go. So the first time I swung at the square, if I didn't
Your
feel any,
Nodachi passes right through the area as well. And you have to make a saving throw versus paralyzation.
do I get protection from evil bonus?
No, because you moved into the AoE. Okay, so all you have is -2 to hit, and -2 to initiative, like a +2 to whatever you roll. So you actually have to put in as an adjustment +2 to your initiative.
Okay.
Then another froggy thing. Froggy toady thingy. Alright, and then Erdrin.
Okay. He will try to move a little closer. Silently. Yeah, he'll go behind Tenzi. Move silently up to there. And its targets are in the wrong dimension. So he will just be waiting.
Waiting? Okay. Yong.
Okay. Gargamon will spurn Yong onward.
And
Oh, hello.
oh yeah. Let's see. I don't think Yang has to make a saving throw because his nostrils aren't in the AoE.
Okay. Let's see. So I have 3 more squares of movement, so I'll just continue further north, snarling at that water beast in front of me. And that'll be all.
Right?
Just waiting from here.
Brian Druid.
Alright, Brian Druid is gonna fly up 10 feet from where he is. That's 8 squares, and then another 7, so a total of 15 to get there. Gives 90-degree turn. Now he is 20 feet high.
I
That
think
leaves him 25 more squares. Sorry?
I think Yang has enough hit dice to where he counts as 5 hit die creature or 5 plus 5 weapon. Sorry, when it comes to weapon immunity, he's got
Nice.
like 15 hit dice or something.
And he will land there.
Yang has 18 hit dice. Who landed
And
where?
he will, here.
Okay.
And he will
is-
save his bite in case anything shows up.
Yeah. And he doesn't smell anything foul. Alright, next up. The water elemental. Is going to leave his sacred waters and attack Yang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And because he's no longer in water, he's weakened slightly. So water elementals are tethered to their body of water by 60 yards, so 180 feet. And then 1 point of damage is subtracted for each die of damage they inflict out of the water to a minimum of 1 point of damage per die. So what that means is their damage dice for out of water. Out of water. Is okay, so D6 minus 1 R1. Minimum of 1 damage. Minus reroll 1. Yeah. Okay. And then so copy that, paste. Oh, plus. Copy that. Paste 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Backspace. Copy all that. Paste that in the damage. Actually, I don't think that works. I think it's supposed to be D6 R1 minus 1 with parentheses around it. And pluses in between. Copy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Delete the last plus. Copy all of that. Paste it. Paste it. Huge attack. Bludgeoning. 9, enter. Okay. So now I've got an attack for out of water. And Yang was waiting. So he gets a simultaneous attack.
Oh, that second attack was no good if he's shieldless.
Out of water against Yang. So shorter melee, higher ground. No mod. No mod. So against Yang, 3 versus AC 5 hits. The Yang takes only 7 damage. Maybe I should have done brackets. I think I should have done brackets. Because then you could actually see what the roll is. So D6 R1 minus 1. Bracket, bracket. Bracket, bracket. Then plus. Copy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Backspace. Copy all that. Okay, so I'm just gonna re-roll that. It'll probably come up a miss. Out of water. Yang. Shorter melee. Higher ground. No mod, no mod. Now we can actually see what the rolls were. So shieldless. That still hits him, and it's not a crit. So it was 524220. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, okay. The +0 is from the miscellaneous modifier. And then +0 from the weapon table bonus, and then +0 from strength. So Yang only takes 15. And then, how much did you cause the water elemental?
The bite hit him for 24, and then my first stomp looks like I rolled a shit if he's shieldless.
Yep. Yeah. That sucks. 24 damage is pretty good, but...
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And then Musashi.
Musashi's been waiting. He's going to move up. So Jan is in combat with this thing up here.
Yeah, melee.
All right, I'll wait till the end of the round and take my 3 shots then.
All right.
With called shot.
Baron. Multiple attack.
He's out of movement with no visible target.
Okay. Ashriel.
Well, he has one. He has movement and a visible target, but I think I'm just going to stay there. I'm just going to hold.
Alright, you said Musashi was holding until the end of the round.
Yep.
And Baron's out of movement. So end of round.
Jim is gonna use his scroll.
That's right. Okay. So go ahead and roll the Control Wind spell cast at the 5th level spell.
Yeah.
That's priest of 9th level. Get that?
That's what you said earlier, yeah.
Yeah. So cast it at 9th level.
Um,
Scrolls are always minimum level, either to cast the spell or to create scrolls. Because obviously you have to be a certain level to make scrolls, I think.
don't
pretty sure.
see a macro.
Um,
I don't believe I'd ever asked for one, which is my bad.
fine. And control. Wow. Yep. Okay. So find control wins. 5th level pre-spell. By means of control wind spell, the caster is able to alter wind force in the area of effect. For every 3 levels of experience, the caster can increase or decrease wind force by 1 level of strength. Wind strengths are as follows. Winds in excess of 19 miles per hour drive small flying creatures. Those eagle size and under from the skies. Severely affect missile accuracy and make sailing difficult. Winds in excess of 32 miles per hour, yada yada. Excess of 55, yada yada. Winds of excess of 73 miles per hour are hurricane force. An eye of 40-foot radius in which the wind is calm exists around the caster. So go ahead and give him a 40-foot radius aura, if you could. And then note that while the spell can be used underground, if the spell is cast in an area smaller than the area of effect, the eye shrinks 1 foot for every foot of confinement. For example, if the area of effect is a 360-foot area, the eye shrinks by 10 feet. To a 30-foot radius. A space under 320 feet radius would eliminate the eye and subject the spellcaster to the effects of the wind. So this is definitely not even a 320-foot.
Which is fine. I'm only going for a
Yeah.
moderate breeze, so that shouldn't drive missile weapons out or anything. I don't care
Yeah.
if we get a wind machine.
Once the spell is cast, the wind force increases or decreases by 3 miles per hour per round until the maximum or minimum speed is attained. The caster with 1 round of complete concentration can stabilize the wind at its current strength or set it to increase or decrease. However, the rate of the change cannot be altered. The spell remains in force for 1 turn for each level of experience of the caster. So that would be 90 rounds. And we're starting it at, obviously a light breeze. It's 3 miles per hour because it's 0 right now. There's no, yeah. Alright, so this is Jim's 9 scroll control winds spell. And there's no eye in here because it's
I'll give it that.
confined. And
And
the
radius
winds-
is 360. Yeah.
yeah. The winds increase to 3 miles per hour in here. Go ahead and give him the radius though. yeah, 40 foot per level radius. And he's what?
So it was cast at 9, so it should be 360.
Yeah. Go ahead and give him a 360 foot radius. There we go. Was that green?
You can
Could
change
you?
the color if you like.
Yeah. Could you make it yellow?
Hello.
There we go. And 3 miles an hour.
That's probably not gonna do what I wanted to yet.
Yeah. So we're gonna set wind speed on the TOT. Wind speed, and it's gonna be no adjustment per round. And currently the wind speed is 3 miles per hour. All right. And you can just adjust it up or down by 3 miles per hour per round. Okay, that's the end of the round, right?
Yes.
All right.
No,
Dante.
Musashi's going to do 3. Musashi's doing 3 cold
Oh,
shots.
Okay. Go ahead and make your call shots. Yeah, -4. What's his target?
This water creature.
Water elemental? Okay. So he's going to have lower ground because the water elemental is about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet higher than him. And then, how you feeling, Dante?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm tired, but yeah, I'm alright.
Okay. So we'll try to end it as soon as you guys kill one thing. I'll give you XP, and then we'll move on to the landing page.
Oh, that wasn't
Okay. So
good time for it, though.
yeah, right at the end of the round. So go ahead and remove the shit from the dinosaur. Regeneration occurs. I think Ashriel is the only one that has regeneration. And I'm not sure if he's injured.
What evil could dare touch?
Yeah. All right. And yeah, initiative phase.
If Jim's concentrating on the scroll, then he'll roll a magic item, I guess.
No. It's innate spell-like ability because he already technically cast the spell.
And Asher will roll at a -2.
Yeah. And Shandrak, add 2 to your initiative. Ashriel, add 2 to your initiative.
Oh shit. Then a +2. Okay.
Oh, and then Musashi, go ahead and make a saving throw versus paralyzation. Oh man. Your target number was 4 higher. You rolled a 1, So Musashi is now prone and helpless for this round, gagging and vomiting all over the floor. Yeah, little puke.
Ugh.
I had a question about Astro. Because he's flying 10 feet in the air and he's 12 feet tall, would he have actually smelt would he been out of the area effect of the creature?
Not this round until he tries to attack one, but last round he was affected by it because he made a melee attack against one of the frogs.
Okay.
Yeah, please get extra attacks for Anatar and Karanglor.
Green dot. There's. Oh, I forgot. Let's take a 3-minute break real quick. Be right back. Okay. Who's here?
Yep.
Me.
All right. Um. Oh yeah. Okay. Is anyone still rolling? Nobody needs any more slots on the tracker or anything? Alright, here we go. Okay. Green dot 1, a whole bunch of red dots. We got enlarges. Got sanctuary. Couple detect magic still. So Shandrak's protection from evil on himself wears out right now. Oh yeah, and then it was, how many rounds was the control wins? 360. It was
That's the radius.
one turn
one
per
turn
level.
per load.
Yeah, so 90 rounds. Okay, so 89 rounds left on that. Okay, and then wind speed is still 3 until his initiative. And then it'll speed up to 6. Okay, Zalmond.
Someone's moving to the front. That'll be it.
Oh, I guess I might as well make wind speed -3 instead of +3. Because I don't want it to front load into the initiative.
Oh, makes sense.
There we go. Okay. You said Zalmond's waiting?
He's just moving. That's it.
Okay.
He's way back.
And then Tenzi.
Yep. Tenzi just rolled for moving. He's going to move forward because he doesn't really see. He's going to move behind. I guess behind Asriel.
Okay. Save versus paralyzation. And all your bonuses apply except for your magic defense adjustment from wisdom. Pretty easy save to make. Nice. So all you have is a -2 to hit and -2 to initiative rolls. While only when you make initiative rolls inside the stench.
Okay.
And then what were you gonna do?
Oh, I just if any of the creatures appear in my circle, they'll take damage.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Bombosa.
Yeah, he's going to try to move silently another 4 squares. That necklace, but I will. Oh, that's not my necklace. Oh. So he attempts to move silently here. And if anything gets in his way, he'll attack it.
Alright. And then Musashi.
Rolling around in his own vomit.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And Anatar.
Okay, Anatar is going Board 18. 14. We'll get that far, and if anything gets in his way, he will attack it. And I don't think he's seen the things yet, but I don't know if they'll cause him to while out when he does see them, but you can let me know.
Were there any light sources shining light on them when they disappeared?
He was still next to the treasure chest when they disappeared.
Okay,
So
around the corner. Okay.
yeah, yep.
Yep, fair enough. Oh, here's one I never put on the GM layer. Alright, Jim.
He's going to increase the wind speed by 3 miles per hour.
Okay, so now wind speed is -6. And the wind category for that is still a light breeze. So I think it should be at least a moderate breeze for it to.
Seems fair.
I think I'll have it shrink by 5 feet at moderate breeze, and then another 5 feet at strong breeze. So it's like only while you're in the square of the monster do you smell it, and it won't get any smaller than that, like, because it's just you're in the square with them.
Oh yeah, you're indulging me enough. That seems fine.
So that way Jim basically will have something to do for a while. And it'll take like 6 or 7 rounds to get up to a strong breeze. So.
Yeah, but it lasts for a while, so I guess he could get back going in case we run across more.
Yep. Although the AoE, does it move with the caster?
It does.
Okay. Nice. Varen.
Okay. Not seeing anything, he's gonna hold his turn.
Alright. Oh, that's right. The Chunin and the Ninja. Okay, so they are going to act like ninja, keeping their backs to the wall in a circular room. And encircle it. Chunin comes into the room, skirts the wall to the left. So kind of like rangers clearing a room. U.S. Army Rangers, that is, not D&D Rangers. And they think they're being all sneaky. And they're kind of, scanning the room, looking for a target. There's some kind of light source in here, so They can see that water elemental, and they're all going to shoot. And of course, their arrows stick into the water elemental, causing a wound that disappears, and the arrows fall to the ground. Alright. Okay. So, Ryer.
What?
We're at 6 miles an hour, right? Okay. So Ryer needs to make a saving throw versus paralyzation. Or start vomiting violently on the ground. If he makes it, he's vomiting violently while standing up. And gets a -2 to attack and... Alright. So -2 to attack and initiative rolls. While within this stinky, nasty cloud of stench from the slimy skin of these toad-like things.
That's not a good smell to sneak up on you.
Yeah. Karanglor.
Okay. So Karanglor is going to... Yeah, I don't see any of the froggy things, right?
No, yeah.
Karanglor is going to wait, but I had forgotten that Baron can reach that water elemental, so I'm going to hold Karanglor's turn and take Baron's held turn.
Okay.
Baron will get to the water elemental. Land in front of it. Master.
Very nice. Wait a minute.
Hmm?
Where did he go? Oh, up to the
Yes,
water
up.
elemental. Dup. Okay. Okay, so the water elemental is shieltless, so -13 versus AC2 hits, causing 18 damage to the water elemental with your
And then-
sword.
And now we're going Captain Panoplia.
All right. Okay, another 10 damage.
And I will roll a natural fighting check.
Oh, don't bother. Your talons sink into the water elemental, causing a wound that heals right back up a couple seconds later.
He needed to wash his hands, so it's fine.
Yeah. Alright. Whoa, what? No. I'm like on the wrong layer. Alright. Okay. So Bombosa and Erdrin need to save versus paralyzation. As this weird, nasty, hot garbage smell wafts across your nostrils, and you begin to vomit and gag. Bombosa lies helplessly on the ground, rolling
I
around,
imagine
vomiting.
that breaks stealth. I don't guess he's stealthily vomiting.
Yeah. Vomiting. Retching vomiting usually accompanied by loss of strength. Okay. And, alright. So, Airdren just starts vomiting and gets a -2 to hit, and initiative rolls penalty +2. Okay, the next one of these creatures. Alright, I don't think Gargamond or Yong need to make a saving throw, but Varen does.
Okay.
Because I think Yong's nostrils would be well above 20 feet. Oh, wait, no, he's kind of like on the stairs. That's right. Okay. Yeah, Yong's going to make a save versus paralyzation as well. But not Gargamon, though. Gargamon's kind of tall, and he's riding Yong. Alright, so Varen's just vomiting and is not prone. It's vomiting, so Airdrin, but not prone. And then Shandrak was vomiting last round, but not this round yet. And Ashriel, same thing. Alright, so next one of these things is somewhere. Or is that the one that just went?
No, I can't see them.
I'm not seeing the little gold thing around them. Shit. 3, 4. Oh, there's one over here. Okay. There we go. No. All right. And then Asher.
12 is just enough movement to get her to this water elemental. I think you said they're stupid, but they don't have a backbone. So she won't get a backstab, but she will get a plus. Well, if she actually made her stealth. And this last move's only. If she's stealthed, then she'll get.
Saving
one
throw versus paralyzation for Asher. Okay, so she's vomiting and gagging, but not prone.
So if she managed to stealth successfully, then she'll get a +4 for being invisible, a -2 for the paralyzation thing, and a +1 from Hero's Feast for a net 3. I don't know if she's stealth successfully.
You know, you passed your save, so I'm not going to take stealth from you. So you
Okay,
get
thanks.
your bonus to attack from stealth.
Thank you.
He is on higher ground. Did I put a higher ground thing on the backstab? Oh, it's not a backstab though, of course.
Not
Yeah.
backstab, yeah.
Not a backstab because he has no spine. So.
And +1 for Ryra's rally, I think.
Oh yeah.
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 Okay,
So
so,
what is that,
a
plus-
net +4.
+4. Okay, and then make sure you give yourself lower ground because he's technically up on the stairs.
Got it.
And he's shieldless. 4 versus AC2 is a miss. Oh, by 2.
And she's visible.
Yep, visible now. You rolled a 3.
Not usually gonna get the job done.
All right. Next up is one of the frog creatures. And let's see. Let's go. Alright, so Brian Druid and Anatar. Yeah, Anatar breathes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? It's Varen that doesn't breathe.
Oh,
Varen
yeah, I
doesn't
think you're right.
breathe. He is immune to any kind of gas attack or smell. So he does not get -2 to hit or initiative.
Okay.
Anatar does need to make a saving throw versus paralyzation, and so does Brian Druid. So Brian Druid is vomiting, but not prone. And Anatar is vomiting, but not prone. Ryer,
Okay, so
who is vomiting but not prone, correct?
yes, that is right. So, I originally rolled for movement. So, but now that I've been smelling this smell, I'd like to withdraw, so I can move half. I can move half my speed with that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So just in case, and as Ryer's kind of coming a little further north, he's coughing and gagging, and says, "Oh, there's one's trying to sneak south." And that'll be all for him.
Okay. He needs to. I'm not gonna make you make another saving throw. You already made one this round. Okay, Brain Druid.
Let's see. Okay, so he is going to fly up 10, 20, 30, yes, 40 feet, and he would need another.
You guys notice that these ninja over here start vomiting.
Alright, yeah, he'll fly up 40 feet, which is going to take 16 squares. So 27 squares gets him here. Although he hasn't taken enough vertically yet, but he is going to stop here and take a bite. Horizontally, I mean. At a -2. Sorry, -1, because he had Hero's Feast.
Oh.
Taking a bite out of crime.
I think of that every time I say that. And if it lives, it'll get an opportunity attack because he needs to go another 7.
Alright. Yeah,
Hit
that's
the
a
knight
crit
there.
for 54 damage, right?
Eh.
Uh,
Land there.
that's enough to kill it.
It was like a refreshing drink of water. He just like blew through the thing and just like just inhaled so much of it that
Yeah.
there was not much left.
Yep. And water just kind of runs down the stairs. Alright. Ashriel.
Ashriel cries out, "Show yourselves, foul beasts, so that I may return you to your home. Show yourselves now, so the end may be quickened."
You tell him.
And he's going to hold his action until one of them shows his face.
Alright. Shandrak.
Okay, let's. Well, I don't smell anything right where I'm standing.
No.
Okay, I'm going to. Okay, Gandrek will move silently back to the hall where Ryar was calling from. And I'll stop in the square next to where he was. And I'll attempt to backstab. I guess the square to the south of me? Do I even roll? Is there... or is there even a smell here? It was when Ryar was here last.
Yeah, you backstab and you don't hit anything. It's like there's nothing there. And go ahead and roll a saving throw versus paralyzation.
Okay. Alright. Oops.
Oh, okay, so yeah, you're on the ground, retching and vomiting helplessly. Erdrin is vomiting but not prone.
Yeah. Yeah. He'll just maintain his position, and if anything pops out, I'll shoot it.
Alright, Dante.
Yeah, Dante's going to fly ahead and go up and see if he can get above the stench.
Alright.
And if he sees the beast, as and when he's going to try to squash it. So how? Well, he's the same height all the way through the corridors and the main chambers.
It's 15 feet through here, and your head would be above the stench if you were, flying at, 10 feet or whatever, giving you 5 feet of headroom because you're sitting down on the carpet, so you would be able to fly right over the stench.
Okay, well, he'll get to there and he'll hold his fire. And if he sees one pop up, he'll have a shot.
All right, young T-Rex.
I think we'll just we'll take a few more steps up the staircase. And make sure there's nothing else over there. Let's see. Yeah. I think he's just looking around and just snorting and growling. That's about all.
All right, Anatar, multiple attack.
Yeah, still doesn't see anything to attack. Can you roll a spellcraft check and see if you can get a sense of whether this is an invisibility thing or like something else? Because it was a weird way they disappeared.
Yes. Did he witness them disappearing? No.
Oh shit, you're right. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I think Karenglar might have. So yeah, he's
Karenglar can on his turn.
Is Karenglar? No, I think he was around too. Never mind. Get everything I said.
Okay. Varen?
Out of movement and no visible target.
And Karenglar.
Didn't see anything to hit. Yeah, when Fire says it looks like they're moving south, he was gonna at least move forward, but he's gonna stay close to the people at the back.
Right. And Ashriel. You there, Michael?
Yeah, I'm pushing the wrong button. I forgot to mention last time that Astral is also immune to gas.
Ah, okay.
Nice.
So you can, remove any effects from his token, the vomit or prone, and move wherever.
Yeah, he's still gonna hold till he's just holding to see if one of them shows their ugly face.
All right, and end of round and end of session. I'm gonna give you guys experience for the water elemental real quick. Water elementals. So 1 water elemental. This one was 16 hit dice water elemental, so it's worth 10,000 experience points. Okay, player characters is 4, NPCs was 11. Creatures defeated was 1. Hit dice per creature, maximum hit dice for the water elemental is 16. Hit die water elemental. And our warriors and bards of the party was 8. Alright, so pretty good little chunk there again. Alright, any questions, comments, or concerns for me? So that spell is the Duo Dimension spell that they cast. And it makes you paper, like, you know, two-dimensional, makes you completely flat. And you turn sideways and no one can, it's like invisibility, but you're still there, and no attack can harm you. It's weird. It's like you're halfway between the prime material plane and the astral plane.
Oh.
So there are ways to detect creatures like that, and there's a pretty cool way to actually draw them into the astral plane. There are, I think, several characters in the party that can go astral, and you can, you know, fight those creatures from the astral, and it can draw them into the astral. So,
Interesting.
yeah, it's a pretty nifty spell. It's another one of those spells that is similar to invisibility, but isn't. Kind of like the etherealness spell that I was using with Demigorgon. So, yeah, that one. And you guys never found out what those creatures were, so that'll be like a cliffhanger for next session. It would be easy to find out what it was, though, if you looked for, you know, frog-like monsters that can innately cast Duo Dimension, so... because there can't be very many. And if there's no questions, concerns, or comments for our viewers, thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. Just want to give a shout out to our loyal viewers. Watch Your Pants, Thaco Tuesday, and Low 505. And an additional shout out for thank you to Low 505 for that sub. I think it was that Amazon Prime sub, which is always appreciated. We have a sub goal at 15 subs. It'll open up another slot for another animated, what do you call it? The little emote things. And currently we have one. It's a poo for when people roll ones. And the one I want to add is it says like critical, and it flashes like red, white, and gold really fast, so it looks like you know, you won the jackpot or something, and it says critical for when people roll either natural 20s or confirmed crits, because second edition has I guess you can call it confirmed crits, where you have to beat their AC by 5 or more and roll 18 or 19. Those can be confirmed crits. And for high mastery, it goes down to 16. So 16, 17, 18, and 19 if you beat their AC by 5. Alright, and again, thank you very much for watching. Is everyone able to make it next weekend?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go in and schedule our next session for same time next week, which is 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. And we'll be back into the Yuan-Ti Water Temple in the swamps south of Hangmai in central Adria. And hope to see you then. Bye-bye. Bye-o.